Hi, guys. Welcome to Capital Factory. We are getting ready to get started in just a little bit. So, if you guys haven't made your way to the main area, please do so now. Give you guys a couple little minutes and then we'll get started shortly. Hi. I look at you all. Don't be shy. I don't bite. We're going to have a good time. I'll be back on here in a little bit, but make your way to the front after you get your coffee, your pastries, all the things. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being front row. I'm going to pick on you guys. So, thanks for, being right there, being my guest for me to pick on you guys. So I don't bite though, so it'll be a good time. All right, talk to y'all soon.
Well,
All right, we're going to get started, everyone. Welcome to the Black in Tech Summit here at Capital Factory. Thank you guys so much for coming. My name is Jada Pickett. I will be you guys' host throughout the entire night tonight. I want to tell you guys a little short story about like how I got into the tech industry. First of all, happy Black History Month. Shout out to us. Shout out to just the culture. I love celebrating our culture and I love celebrating tech. I like to always say that tech kind of sort of found me. I didn't really think 10 years ago that I would be in this space because I was a full time nanny. I was a nanny that was like very passionate about that industry. I started my own agency at the time. And when I was living in San Antonio, Texas, a local news network actually reached out to me and they gave me an opportunity to actually share about my business. So it turned into like a one-time situation where I was getting ready to advertise my agency. That turned into this reoccurring opportunity to share about resources and products that was all relative to parents and caregivers. So that was my first entryway into that. And fast forward, I actually wrote an article about being a Black nanny in a predominantly white area. It was very like the contrast of being a nanny during this modern time and being Black and being in an area where I just kind of stood out. It was one of those things where I just wanted to share my experience. And lo and behold, a marketer for a tech company that I actually now work for shouted out to me and gave me an opportunity to actually work with them and really share resources with their audience and their platform. At the same time, I actually realized that my passions and my experience working with my agency was something that was kind of, I wanted to redirect those passions and I wanted to reach more families. I was working with a small network of families who could afford to invest in staff for their homes, but the people that I was interacting with every single day were people who could not afford that type of an investment. So this tech platform actually brought me on to actually help them create a product for their corporate clients, and I was able to do that for a year, and once we got that up and running, I then switched over to branding and marketing. And so that's what brought me here today. So I say that to say, and I share that story so you guys can get to know me a little bit, but also for me to just share with you guys, I don't know where you guys are all in your journey, but wherever you are, I'm excited to celebrate tech with you guys. I'm excited to celebrate the journeys that we're on. We have such a great event lined up today, starting with our keynote speaker today, Joe Beard. And I want to talk to you guys a little bit more later on. I want to shout out our investor and our partner, Div Inc. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. And I thank you guys so much for being here today and taking your time to actually be here to celebrate tech with us. Hey, Div Inc., I like your shirt too, girl. All right, I want to move things forward. I want to be with you guys all throughout today. I want to get to know you guys. This is very intimate. I like this because I get to ask you guys questions. You guys get to ask me questions. And of course, our panelists, you get to ask them questions and interact as well. So, we're going to be here for some time. So get comfortable, get your food. I would say kick off your shoes and relax your feet, but maybe not. We won't do too much of that. But, we'll be here. So let's move right along and let's actually welcome on. I apologize. I said Joe Beard first. You are going to come on first. But before, I want to bring on Olu, so that we could have, we're going to have our opening regards. I'm moving this event a little bit too far along. I don't want to speed up too yet. Let's first get including our keynote speaker, Mr. Olu, and then let's move forward first with opening remarks from Joe Beard. Ready? Ready?
Hey, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? How many entrepreneurs do we have in here? How many first-time entrepreneurs? Okay, good. Mr. Cosper, how you doing? So I'm Joe Beard. I'm the CEO of Collateral Edge and honored to be here today as part of this event. Black in Tech is something I've been participating in for quite some time, and I'll talk to you a little bit about my background and why it's relevant. I am obviously Black, and I am in tech, so I think I can speak to the topics of today. But on behalf of Capital Factory and Div Inc., thank you for being here. One of the critical things I think as part of the entrepreneurial journey is community. Right, it's almost like raising a child in a sense that it takes a village, right? It's not something that you can do on your own. So whether it's partners, capital, advisors, it takes a village to build a company. And so I appreciate you guys all being here today because you're part of that village. So whether you're taking in knowledge that's going to allow you to help you build your company, or it's sharing something with the person next to you that allows them to build faster, be more successful, you should take an opportunity to do those things. So why am I here? A little bit about my background. I'm a transplant to Dallas. I'm an Army brat, so I've lived all over the place. I went to West Point for undergrad, spent time in the Army, time in Silicon Valley, business school, 8 years of investment banking. I ran a venture capital firm called Perot Jain, where I worked for Ross Perot Jr. and Anurag Jain for 5 years, led about 50 early stage investments in venture-backed type companies. And then I founded my own company, Collateral Edge, about 2 years ago. So why is that relevant to you all? A couple of things. One, there's no make and model, right, in terms of what an entrepreneur needs to look like. I think I have a pretty non-traditional background in terms of my path to entrepreneurship. So there's space and opportunity for everyone. The second thing is I've walked in your shoes because I've seen it from both sides, right? I've seen the venture and investing side, and I've been on the receiving end on the entrepreneur side. So I know what both sides of that equation feel like. In terms of what we're seeing in society today, as you think about Black in tech, I know it's easy to look out and see the statistics around the amount of capital or the lack of capital that are going into Black-founded companies, right? Not great. You see a lot of the things that are happening in society around affirmative action and what that's doing to Black-focused funds. Not great. If we focus on those things, you will not be moving forward. And so one of the things that I challenge you all to do is to be proactive. Because one of the ways that you can address, some of those things that are happening in society is to go be successful. Success brings success. And so what I found is that, when it comes to investors, they will back people where they can make money. And money talks, capitalism talks at the end of the day. And so I challenge you to be proactive and forward thinking about what you can do within your world, but then also what you can do for your neighbor. I had a talk that I did last week with the founder of Rotten Tomatoes. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the company. Basically, they do, kind of reviews of movies for enthusiasts. And I talked with the founder, and we were kind of talking about, he's a 6-time founder, successful exit with Rotten Tomatoes, done really well for himself. And we started talking about the things we have seen in founders are challenges for early stage companies. And this is really what I want to focus on today is, what can I give you to help you be more successful when you walk out of this room? So 2 things we talked about. One is focus. It doesn't matter if it's a first-time founder with a brand new startup or a 6-time founder that's had 3 successful exits. Focus is very, very difficult. And if you think about it, most of the time when you start a company, you automatically want to go beat the competition, right? You want to show that they got 3 features, I got 19, right? They can do these 2 things, I can do 50. The problem is there's not enough time in the day or enough capital to go solve everything. And so you have to stay focused, whether it's one product, one feature, one customer, one market. You have to lock in and stay focused because a lack of focus will kill you. And I've raised probably about $7 million for my company to date. Lack of focus is killer for me still to this day. Just trying to stay focused on what the priorities are. And also as an entrepreneur, figuring out what fires you have to let burn. That's a challenge, right? When it's your baby and it's your company, your first instinct is when you see a fire is to go put it out. Automatically, no matter how big the fire is, go put it out. Sometimes you got to let that fire burn. And that takes a lot of discipline to be able to see a fire, know it's a fire, and let it burn. Because you have to prioritize your energy and effort somewhere else. So a really important point. The second thing that we talked about was irrational confidence. And this is really a double-edged sword, right? Because we've seen in the market where irrational confidence can lead to people doing things illegal and going to jail. And I don't want any of you guys to be there. But I do think as an entrepreneur, you got to have a little bit of that in you, right? You got to be able to believe when no one else does. Because For the entrepreneurs in the room that have been at this, you know that being an entrepreneur can be a lonely place. It can be lonely at times. And so you got to have unbelievable conviction in terms of the problem you're solving, in terms of your solution, in terms of your ability to be successful, because it's required. And I think if you look at a lot of the very successful entrepreneurs today, they have that. They kind of look a little bit crazy at times. But I think it takes a little bit of crazy belief in order to get through, those valleys and get to the other side. So I want to leave you with a couple of things. I thought as I came here, I was like, what things can I share based on what I've seen in my career in investing that I think is value add? And I hope that there's something you guys can take from these. The first is being your authentic self. I've been in investment banking in New York, where I was in a media telecom firm doing M&A, and I was probably the one black person out of 130 investment bankers, right? So I've been that guy in like every room in my career where I was the only one, or maybe one of two at most. Being your authentic self is really important. Spending time trying to be somebody you are not takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of time. And not only that, but your peers, your investors, your partners, people can see when you're faking it, right? So just be yourself. Like, that is good enough. As an investor, I was always investing in the entrepreneur. I wasn't investing in the idea of who I thought you should be. I was investing in you. So you're good enough. Just be yourself. And don't spend time trying to compete with somebody else. Don't spend time trying to be a different person because you think investors or partners need you to act or think a different way. You're enough as you are. The next is put more good out there into the world than you're taking. This is hard, right? Because when you're hustling and you're building a company, you're taking money, right? You're trying to get customers, you're trying to get traction, you're trying to get people to work with you and believe in you. And so it's almost the opposite effect. If you give more and put more out in the world, I promise you it will come back to you. And so anytime you're thinking about relationships, again, whether it's an investor, a co-founder, a partner, anybody that's in your ecosystem, if you take the approach of giving more than you're taking, I think it's going to put you in a good spot, and you're going to see more positive outcomes than if you're just like me first. Embracing the suck. So I told you guys I went to West Point for undergrad, and we always had this phrase called embracing the suck. And what that means is really being able to stand up and deliver and be comfortable in very uncomfortable situations. That takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of courage. But I will tell you that when you want people to have conviction, when you want people to believe in what you're doing, let them be able to see you stand and work through very difficult things. Like, there's nothing more impressive than that, right? When the odds are completely against you, you don't have the money, you don't have the resources, you don't have the people, you don't have the development team, but you still deliver, right? You still deliver. That resilience, that ability to kind of get to the other side is very, very important. And so you got to make sure that no matter how difficult the situation, you got to stay even keel, right? And you got to navigate it. But being able to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, I think it's just an attribute of a great entrepreneur. The next one is ruthless prioritization. Again, going back to focus, very, very difficult. You will never have, has anybody here lived in New York City? A couple people? Living in New York, and tell me if I'm lying, you always have one or two less bedrooms than you need. Always. Because that's all you can afford, right? And that, being an entrepreneur is it's a lot like that, right? You always have not enough capital, not enough people, not enough partners. You're always missing a couple of things. And so that means you have to ruthlessly prioritize your resources, your time, your energy. I mean, even the people that you have around you. If you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to build and you're surrounding yourself with negative people, that's a bad deal. Like, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because anytime you start surrounding yourself with people that not only don't believe in themselves, but don't believe in you, it's going to kill your dream. And you can't allow that to happen. So you got to ruthlessly prioritize all of your resources to make sure you're maximizing what you're getting on the other side. The last one, this is something I took from the military, my time in the Army. It's called the 6 Ps. It's prior planning prevents piss poor performance. And why that's important, as an investor, I invested in 50 companies over the course of 5 years. I probably looked at about 1,000 companies a year. So a lot of reps looking at companies. And one of the things that I saw consistently was a lack of preparation. And I told you before, like, the data shows that most of the people in this room are getting limited access to capital, right? A lot of people in this room, their companies are getting overlooked for the size and round of capital they should probably be raising. So you got to make for damn sure when you get in the room that you're prepared to own the room. It's not enough to get in the room. I find a lot of entrepreneurs, they're satisfied with getting in the room. I got the pitch. Fantastic. Well, if you weren't prepared and you didn't kill the pitch, what's the point of being there? And by the way, not only did you set yourself up for failure, but what happens to the next Black founder that steps in the room, right? It's bigger than just you. It's bigger than just you being successful. You're setting the stage for the next entrepreneur and the next entrepreneur, and eventually your kids if they want to be entrepreneurs. So you gotta really be prepared when you get in the room. And the things that I'm talking about, by the way, these aren't things that, are limited. These are things that are in your control. And that's kind of where I was going in the beginning. You can't focus on the data. You can't focus on the politics. You can't focus on a lot of those things because a lot of those things are out of your control. But the 5 things I just described are within your control. You can control your preparation. Whether it is knowing your industry, knowing your product, knowing your competitors, knowing the investors that you're sitting down with, understanding what you deliver to a partner, understanding why an investor should invest in your company based on what they've done in the past, having a sense of how you're going to methodically build your company in stages and what metrics you need to hit to be successful in order to raise the next round of capital. Those are things that are all within your control, right? That's just hard work, that's passion, that's commitment, that's everything that, as an investor, I would expect in any entrepreneur. So if you take anything away from today, number 1, know as an entrepreneur and an investor, I see you. I see all of you. I respect and appreciate what you're trying to accomplish. I know it's hard. Like, I know it's difficult. I know it's not easy. But guess what? If it was, everybody would be doing it, right? Everybody would be an entrepreneur. And we all know that everybody's not built to be an entrepreneur. I just challenge you to be proactive, to be forward-thinking, to be optimistic, and take care of the things that are within your control. And I promise you, if you do that, the likelihood and the probability of success will be a lot higher. Thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate you. I'm going to be around for a few minutes. I'm going to cut out, and then I'll be back this afternoon. So if anybody wants to catch up, ask questions, I'm happy to do so. Thank you, guys.
That was awesome. Very great. All right, we are bringing to the stage now Olu for our keynote address. That was such a great speech, a great way to set the tone for today. Yay, hi, Olu.
I know. Thank you. Hey, can everyone hear me? All right, awesome. So for this to work today, before I go into it, I'm going to need some participation from y'all, if that's cool. Does that work? Hell yeah. All right. Well, hey everyone. Happy Thursday. My name is Olusegun Taiwo, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Slidion. Firstly, before we do anything here, I want to thank God that I'm here. It's been an incredible 18 months so far as a founder and CEO in Venture. Dreams that have been fulfilled, that I've had for years, that have come true, and God's just kept me in good favor for that. So gotta give thanks where it's due first. Secondly, I want to thank the amazing Capital Factory team and family here. You guys know who you guys are. You know, the opportunity to be on the stage is incredible and only possible because of them and the community that they bring here. And so that's the kind of support that if you guys, as you make companies or you're investors and you want to link into to just a great community, this is the community to link into here in Texas by far. And they're also one of the reasons that I am an entrepreneur here. So with that and all that done here, first of all, I want to say, what is up, Black and Tech in Austin? How are you guys doing? Yeah? All right. Can I just say you guys all look very good this afternoon? As a co-founder and a CEO, part of my job is to raise people up and encourage them. And today will be no different with you guys. In fact, I think it's actually needed in this setting. You see, being Black in tech carries this really heaviness and this daunting feeling that honestly only we can understand. Whether the heaviness is based off of the fact that just 1% of all venture funding goes to Black founders in the US, or the fact that PitchBook's Black founders to watch, in their list here, there's not a category for deep tech startup founders that are of color. I think those kinds of statistics and those feelings are really hurtful and heavy to us here, and we can't understand, we can't really explain that to people, that feeling of feeling like we're always overlooked and not mentioned for our efforts. And so I wanted to just simply start by saying that I see you guys today, and that's why we're going to raise up the crowd a little bit as we kind of talk here. So, one of the things that I think a lot of is that value add in being an entrepreneur and a CEO. Really, it's not focusing on the dark side of things. There's always going to be people that are going to probably tell you can't do something or there's a reason not to do it. And so today we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on the good statistics that we are people of color, and we're beautiful, and we're here to kind of accomplish our dreams and visions and goals. That's why we come to these events. We don't come to them to focus on the things that hold us back. The world does enough of that for us. So before I get into everything, I have three basic main points that I think everyone should keep in mind as we continue to go and pursue our dreams and kind of follow through with our heart's desires and venture and honestly being founders. But before I do that, I need you guys to repeat after me. Are we ready to do that? All right, cool. The first one is I belong here. I'm blessed to be Black and in tech. I am talented and I have everything I need to be successful as a Black founder in tech. That one was a little long. That's my bad. All right, sweet. Let's go to point number one. Point number one, honestly, is you have to be your own hype person. And really, this is one of the biggest ones I personally believe. This personal belief is what builds you. When I started my company, Slidion, I had this crazy vision to build an open source version of SpaceX. A company that would one day, I envisioned to build entire societies on not only Earth, but the moon, Mars, and beyond. One day, on day one of really founding this company, I talked to investors instantly. I wanted to start to get some of that product market fit and just hear what people thought of my first initial pitch. And it did not go well. I was told by countless investors that it was an impossible vision, that I needed to pick an easier venture, and I needed to be realistic for my first startup. One person even told me how, as a Black founder, I was going to struggle to raise capital, and I wouldn't make it beyond month 3 of the journey. Yeah, not a great way to start anything. I was discouraged and broken on day 1 of trying to start this thing. And it negatively affected me. But I realized very quickly that was all fear that other people had. It wasn't my fear, and it wasn't my vision, right? My vision was to go do this impossible, crazy thing, right? It didn't matter if other people were telling me it was possible or not. And so I decided about 24 hours after that conversation that did not need to be my narrative. I realized that effectively, instead of focusing on what other people told me I couldn't do, I vowed that every single day on this journey, I would focus on what I could do and what God can do with me on that. It didn't matter, once again, what other people thought. Every single day, my belief in myself sometimes wanders, right? We're in some of the worst times, quite honestly, to start raising for a venture fund and to start raising for your company. It's tough economic times, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. And I think that's the kind of self-belief that we have to really bring to our everyday exercises. That's hence why I kind of started the talk here with making sure that we affirm that belief and that seed in ourselves here. So to date, my company has raised over $4 million in venture funding from some of the top pre-seed and seed investors. I believe that's been possible due to the fact of my belief and my amazing team members that we all believe in ourselves, our technology, and we're building an incredible company where that belief that we talked about out loud, we say that every day when things get hard. And instead of running, we're there. We're in the sticks and we're getting it done. And so I don't think that people understand that self-belief, before you even raise a single venture dollar, before you get a building, before you get any kind of technology, that's what you have. That's the core quintessential moment of building a startup, is that belief to go not only convince other investors or people to come join you as employees, but it's really to yourself. That's the core thing. If you don't have that, I don't think that it's easy or possible really to build a team and a great company. So with that, be your own hype person. It's quite important. Point number 2 here, get yourself into a powerful community of investors and entrepreneurs. And this one is quite key. I don't care how you guys do it, but it's critical path for everyone. For me, I came out of a career in the rocketry world where we were regularly sending rockets up to space and putting satellites in every other week. I had tons of connections with some of the most world-renowned engineers and technically gifted folks, but very little connections with people who had actually had experience helping to either build venture-backed startups themselves or run funds that fund these kinds of companies. I knew that I needed to learn a lot, and I decided really to start cold emailing a bunch of investors effectively. I probably cold emailed about 50 people just off of what I could find on Google. Literally none of them got back to me, which was the most disappointing feeling ever, except for one of them, and that was the managing director at Techstars LA. And the story kind of goes something like Tuesday afternoon, I'd emailed him along with these other 50 cold email conversations. Tuesday evening, literally 5 hours later, he responded asking for a Wednesday pitch meeting. Wednesday afternoon, I had a 30-minute slot on his calendar. He's a very busy guy, and I went over that slot by an hour. It was a 90-minute meeting where it was just me pouring out my hearts, my hopes and dreams, and what I was planning to do with the company. I quite literally, probably a little cockily, told him whether he invested in me or not, we were going to do it. And so I would suggest maybe leave that part out when you're cold emailing people. What was really cool is at the end of that call, I jumped the line of over 300 companies to go and be part of Techstars LA's 2022 Space Accelerator. That day, also, they wrote us our first venture check of $120K, and it was the most amazing feeling, and one of those moments where you feel like every bit of rejection doesn't matter anymore. It's worth it to get to that first seed and that first point. It was, once again, amazing, scary, and exhilarating all at once, but that was just the process of getting in. I mean, the community behind that, the folks that I got to spend 13 weeks with in LA were some of the best memories and some of the best people that I've ever worked with in my life. I had 11 other companies that helped me go from this really cool spacey vision into this long-term venture backable business. I met half of my current cap table of investors in that community. Didn't know that they were going to invest at the time, but that was the seed that was planted the day that we got into the program. And if I can say anything here is, you have to take a chance, first of all, to go and meet a community. You need that. If you're going to go build a company that's going to last, that's going to outweigh all the difficult times that we all know are happening economically, having a community of investors and entrepreneurs are great. Capital Factory does that really well here, actually, and I would actually vow that you guys should get as plugged in, if you're not already, as possible. They do a great job of connecting entrepreneurs, once again, with investors, and really kind of help accelerate that timeline for you of going from maybe not your first check to having a full cap table of people that are willing to love and support you. So I promise you, getting over that hump of just cold emailing and putting yourself out there to go and find this community is key. I don't have any other advice other than you just have to do it and be ready for rejections. But that's part of the fun of being an entrepreneur. You don't always get the yeses. So awesome. And my last main point here that I'm going to bring up today is do not be afraid to disappoint people. This will inevitably happen. It's going to happen. Whether you make a mistake, whether the market forces you to have to cut people, whatever it is, you can't avoid it. But this is honestly the hardest piece for me currently as a co-founder and CEO. I'm proudly Nigerian American, first generation, and my whole life I've tried not to disappoint my parents. I was scared of it, quite honestly. I feared it so much that I was honestly unhealthily obsessed with it, and I brought it to honestly bringing to the level of being a founder. And all of you guys are badass men and women of color that are building venture-backable startups or investors or whatever this part of the journey that you guys are. Badass people don't bring that into their future, right? You leave the past behind. Not saying you don't process it, but you cannot let fear be a thing that allows you to move forward, the thing that keeps you from moving forward. And so the reason I say that is when you're creating something from scratch, effectively second guessing yourself and really holds you back. You should always check yourself, obviously, and very clearly, but never from a place of fear. Recently, my company, Solidion, we had to reduce burn to help us reach our fundraising goal, effectively to get us to the next milestone. And I had to effectively let a couple of people go that were not technical folks so that we can do that. I remember it like it was yesterday because it was last week. We let go of 4 people, and that one hurt. It really hurt mainly because even though it was the right choice, I was so scared of letting people down, of being that disappointment and caring what they thought, thinking what my investors on the current cap table would think of, thinking would my employees feel like it's a safe place to still be here, even though we have to reduce burn to go reach that milestone. It ended up being the best decision for the business. We still have a great team of men and women who work for Solidion and are keeping the mission and getting us to that milestone so that we can go raise more money. But I remember being, almost kind of shaking in fear of how was I going to be able to go and have conversations with people. I've never had to let anyone go before or even deliver bad news before. But I think one of the things that I learned from that is you got to do it with grace. And I'm not responsible for other people's reactions. I can care about them because I do deeply, but I have a fiduciary duty as a CEO to go and do what's best for my startup and the people that work for me. And so, and so in doing that, there's a couple of thoughts in that. And one of them is, you inevitably, when you have to go deliver that tough news or, effectively that reaction that's going to make people, maybe be upset at you, you have to be the person that picks yourself up when you have those hard days. No one else can do it for you, quite honestly. And this is why, in the tough days of building a company like this, you have to make sure you have that community that I talked about, and you have to be your own cheerleader. That's the most important truth that I could probably leave anyone with today is if you don't have that, you don't have much at all because you will get knocked down. It is hard. We're not even talking about being a Black founder in it, just as a founder in general. It is hard days. Like you were choosing probably some of the toughest challenges that you can ever do in life. But the cool thing is it's worth it when you get to go and realize a dream that was just on a little paper napkin sketch to being a full-fledged company that makes revenue and gets to start building a lasting dynasty for you and your family. And that's what we're doing at Solidion. And so I'm not saying that you cannot process your pain or the feelings of disappointing other people. And I think, once again, that you really need to do that. Just don't make it your obsession. That's the biggest thing that I'm working on. You all are the present of tech and the future of tech. And with that comes the really hard choices, So that said, I want to remind you guys that you guys are equipped with the ability to handle these situations. I know that for a fact. All the answers that you have to go solve these really hard days, you guys already have it within you. There's nothing myself or anyone else can put in you. It's already there. So remember that. And so with that, Black in Tech, one of the really key pieces that I feel as I close out that I really want to hit on is you have to give back, really. You guys will all make it inevitably in whatever ventures that you choose. Maybe the first time might not be so smooth, maybe the second or third time, it doesn't matter. Maybe the first time you hit a home run, I don't care, but you have to be willing to give back to people in the way that people gave to you, right, and gave you your first opportunity. So with that, my email is oluseun.taiwo@Solidion. And the reason that I'm doing that is I've been so lucky that I've been able to cold email people and make things happen very quickly. And I want to do that as well too. Once again, I haven't raised a ton of money, right? So I can't pretend like I'm some awesome rock star at it. But if I can make connections for people and give back, that's like what we're supposed to do. That's why we have summits like this, so we can all work through these hard moments together. So fill my inbox with your thoughts. Fill it with wonders. Fill it with questions. This ecosystem of Black in tech doesn't work, once again, if we don't try to help one another and we're not there for one another. And I want to do my part in helping this community because I feel like we need more people on them Forbes magazines. Can I get an amen for that? Yeah? Awesome. Well, guys, have a great summit. I'm here if I can be helpful to any of you guys. I believe in each and every one of you guys, and I'm cheering you on in your successes. I'm excited to be one of your biggest cheerleaders. So with that, let's go Black in tech.
Thank you so much. Hold on, I'm gonna keep you real quick. How many of you guys got that email? Did y'all catch that email? I'm gonna let him repeat that real quick.
Yeah.
I was trying to write it down, but he just extended himself as a resource. I'm gonna have him share that email one more time. Turn your phones on, record it. Y'all can play it again or write it out now. So here you go.
Yeah, oluseun.taiwo@solideon, so like the word solid with EON.com. And you guys can also just find me for it too.
You have an Instagram? Let me stop. Let me not abuse that. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Olu.
yeah.
That was so good. I see there's so many more people that have come on in. So if you guys want to make your way to the main area of it's not the stage, but the audience. We have, this is an opportunity. One of the reasons why Capital Factory puts on this event. This is the 6th annual event because they want to extend themselves as resources. They give a platform to women leaders, scholars, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and allies who invest in tech, and they are passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so this is supposed to be an opportunity where don't try to be, modest, where you're not going to be talking to people. Take advantage of the time to talk to people who are investors in entrepreneurship, in businesses. Soak up the knowledge. Like, this is what this space is for. I remember when I started my nanny agency, I was really trying to just figure it out on my own. And I know a lot of people have a very similar story to that. But when we are able to be in a shared space where we see ourselves and we have that representation and people are willingly extending themselves as a resource, let's keep moving that needle forward by actually taking them up on that, sending that email, getting that contact information, not because you're trying to take from them, but remember that you have something valuable as well, and they see that in you, and that's what's worth investing in. So I just wanted to share that. And without further ado, I want to welcome Aaron on to the stage right away now. Thank you so much for coming. All right.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Aaron. I'm here with the Capital Factory's community team to talk a little bit about memberships, what it means to be at the Capital Factory. A little bit about myself. I had 10 years at Apple, but the entrepreneurial thing just chews at you for a very long time. And when you're a big machine like that, you realize you kind of want to be your own big cog in a smaller machine, right? So I left Apple in 2019 with my first startup, which was an art marketplace. Not a good industry to be in before a global pandemic, is an art marketplace. So of course I had to pivot a little bit, and I turned into looking at the gig economy and seeing what was being done there, and founded my second startup called Kia Key for a community delivery platform that addressed that. But I was lost. So I came to the Capital Factory to look for investors, to look for mentors, to look for other people that were dealing with the same problems that I was having. And it has been huge for me. Hence, I even became part of the team. Because here, you get access to so much. You get access to events like this. There's over 1,000 events a year. 3 to 5 events per day, like this one, where you can meet people who are using AI to help senior citizens, like this gentleman right here. See you at Cup of Capital all the time. Or people like Bryce in the back, who's helping college students at UT find gig work. Just met you last week. Can't wait till you join, by the way. It's fantastic. You get access to a Slack channel with 2,000 to 3,000 members who are doing things just like you. Best metaphor I ever heard from the founder of Freewater, who's a member here, Josh Cliffords. We're all firemen and arsonists at the same time. We all are creating these little fires, or they're popping up, and we need to know how to put them out. That's what the Slack channel is for. You can request mentors, request feedback, request employees, request investors, or you can talk about when House of the Dragon is coming back on the water cooler channel, which is really important if you're a founder to find those things to take you away from the typical day-to-day. You also get access to our mentor network. Over 200 mentors. All of them have started up, scaled, and exited at least one business. And you can schedule private time just with them. Along with that, we are a co-working space. Capital Factory started in 2009 on just the 16th floor. Now we have this floor with amazing venue spaces that you can use like this. The 5th floor, which if you haven't been up there and you're a Star Wars fan, prepare yourself now. The 8th floor, which is the Center for Defense Innovation, has the Army Applications Laboratory right there. So if you are doing something that you think might be applicable to our military and saving lives or advancing our technology, they're there. You can talk to them. It's fantastic. And you can co-work there. So when you're getting the free coffee, free snacks, free tea, free kombucha, talk to whoever walks up next to you. It is worth it. And of course, you get the 16th floor, which is where our mentors will meet you if they are here in person. So all of that being said, you can schedule time. We can have a consultation virtually for 15 minutes anytime with myself or Katie. She's our community sales manager. You can also schedule a private tour of the space for 30 minutes and walk the building with me and explore all of the offerings that Capital Factory has. And then I really hope you join, because every time I meet a new person at Capital Factory, I find value in that person and that relationship. And I hope that I can provide value right back as not only a founder, but also a member. So please reach out to the community team. I'll be getting back to you, or Katie will be getting back to you. And I really hope you join Capital Factory. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, we are going to take a 10 to 15-minute networking break. So just like Joe talked about, just, taking advantage of conversing with other people here and how I was sharing to do the same exact thing. This is your opportunity to do that. So we'll be back here in about 15 minutes or so. So go ahead and, you can stretch out, get some coffee refills, get some snacks, all the things. And I'll see y'all back here in 15. Hey guys, we are going to start back up in about 5 minutes. So if you guys want to slowly make your way back to the front, we're going to get started again in about 5 more minutes. I'll be back in 5. All right, guys, welcome back. I hope you guys got to do a potty break, talk to some people, connect a little bit. We're just getting started. We have something really fun getting ready to get started today. It's a fundraising Ask Me Anything. So this is an opportunity to really get some questions that you have that you want to ask. Definitely do so. And it's one of those things, like whenever I'm in a Ask Me Anything, I don't have an exact question right off the bat, but then my wheels start turning as other people start asking those questions. So really, don't be shy, take notes. And I'm going to welcome Tosin. I'm going to welcome also Debo, as well as our very own Capital Factory member, Nick Spiller, to the stage now. Welcome, guys.
I think so. I think there's a button we need to push if you haven't pushed it. Welcome. Howdy, y'all. It's good to be here at Black in Tech Summit. Tosin, Debo, thank you for being here. We're very excited for y'all to learn about what they're up to and the community and the portfolio they're building. Very dynamic leaders and investors and partners with us here at Capital Factory. So how about we just kick it off and hear a little bit about your background and how you got to where you're at with NAPE, the Nigerian American Investment Partners, and we'll dive in from there. We're going to have plenty of time for y'all to ask questions, so please be thinking of what you want to know.
Awesome. Well, first, it's really great to be here. Happy Black History Month. And not only that, I mean, it's just great to be, I think you guys call this the center or the gravity for entrepreneurs.
Center of gravity.
Center of gravity.
Upstairs earlier, someone referred to it as center of the universe.
There we go. So, been here a few times, and so I'll say this, right? So we are Nigerian Americans. We've been, for me personally, I've been in this country for 28 years. Grew up in a very humble beginning, and as I kind of just reflect on, career, my parents really, making the sacrifice to come to this country and to kind of really just in the pursuit of the American dream, right? I quite frankly say we're living that dream today. From a career standpoint, I work for Synchrony Financial. For those who are not familiar with Synchrony, Synchrony is the bank behind, Venmo card, Synchrony behind Lowe's, Amazon credit cards. So we are really the largest financial, credit card, retail card provider in the country. And I think a lot of the work that I do from an entrepreneur standpoint, meaning internal within the corporate setting, leading strategy, transformation, and digital care, for Synchrony Technology and Operations, has really created an opportunity, to be able to give back. And I think that giving back is how the journey for Capital Factory actually started, 5 years ago for me. But I'll let Debo introduce himself, and we'll get more into it.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Debo Adeshina. Similar to Tosin, Nigerian American. I was actually born in Nigeria. I can't remember Tosin. Maybe you were born.
I was born in
Nigeria as well. I think the story is really the same for everybody, irrespective of your background. Aspiration doesn't have a passport, right? It doesn't have a geographic expression, whether you are from Asia, Japan, or that part of, as far as there, all the way South America. It's frankly almost irrelevant. Aspiration is wanting to get somewhere that perhaps you weren't born into or you have not experienced, but you want to live from a sense of fulfillment. My journey, so to speak, similar humble beginnings, coming from a country as big as Nigeria, you'd be surprised, the vast majority of the population isn't particularly well off. And that's really the common denominator across most of the world. We that live here in the United States, we're actually a very fortunate group of people because most of the world doesn't really work very well. And so with that, there's a drive for aspiration. I moved in a direction that was very predictable, right? You go to high school, you pick a career, and they say things like, "Oh, you're going to be a lawyer, a finance person, a professor." You know, it's like 5 or 6 things, right? You know.
Well, you chose one of the top 3.
So I was going to get to it was somewhat of an insurance policy. So I actually started my career in finance and accounting. Most of my career has actually been in Texas. I came to this country in the 90s, went to college in Indiana, worked in California. I used to work for PricewaterhouseCoopers. That was my first real job. Actually, my first real job was with IBM in New York, accounting and finance. Then went to Pricewaterhouse. And from there, I moved from California to Texas, to Dallas. I didn't know anybody here. And from there, as I started getting experience, I started in finance and consulting, accounting, whatever. Then I had an epiphany. I was like, hey, Miri, I want to be a lawyer, right? My friends were going to business school. I was like, what am I going to learn in business school that I haven't learned in finance? So I chose law. I think law was like, I used to think it was all about, stuff you see on TV. But I wanted to go into law for deals. I didn't know what that meant. I just knew I want to do deals. So I got in corporate law, went to school at University of Virginia, practiced at law firms in Dallas, very, very large institutional firms. And through that process, I started getting more and more into the interest of being entrepreneurial. And it was through that journey that I ended up being in private equity, which is what I do now and at the moment. It's a bit on the high, it's a bit of a different scale from venture capital and angel seed. So I am part of a 3-person private equity fund in New York. We're the owners. We have especially primarily focused exclusively almost in healthcare, M&A. I can talk a little bit about that later. So that's what we do, but it was through that world that I started thinking about the stuff we do at NAPE, which I think we'll touch on as this conversation goes.
Awesome. Well, and maybe just while you touched on private equity, can you delineate maybe a little bit more about the difference between private equity investing and venture capital investing?
Yeah, I'll give you. So we're absolutely ruthless people.
Easy's a nice one.
He's not kidding.
No, we're not. Investing is of different tranches, right? Most people invest through their 401k retirement, right? Perhaps your parents or relatives have, mutual funds, stocks, and whatever. It's all the same thing. Those are usually on the mature end because these are mostly public companies. You can read up financials. You can sell the stock on, Schwab, Fidelity, whatever you have. Angel investing is kind of on the other extreme end, is like usually with startups. Like somebody wakes up, maybe it's even your son, your daughter, your brother. I have an idea. I want to make, pick a name, whatever, iPhones that can, play music for you anytime or whatever the idea they want. And usually it's something that nobody else is doing. And those are typically high risk because, again, nobody else is doing it. And typically, how does it go about? They reach out to family and friends. You call that the family and friends round. Hey, here's my idea, back my startup, my lemonade stand, my flying car, whatever it is, right? Those are things that are like really, really early stage. Private equity is probably somewhere towards the middle. And private equity is investing. It sounds sexy, but it's all investing, right? And it's primarily investing in founder-led or early, maybe after the first investment, outside investment, and it's almost it's equity. It's very rarely is it debt. We can talk about those different tranches, but it's mostly cash flow positive businesses that have been around for a minute, which you invest in, you scale, and then you exit. Private equities has to exit to have a realization. You don't make money on it through income, salary, or management fees. Some of the big ones, also known as KKR, do that kind of stuff, but most of them, primarily, you make a return upon the exit through what we call carried interest, essentially a share of the profit. That's what I do. That's my day job. You can even say it's my night job too. But that's the main difference because in the VC world, there's really not a lot of cash flow. These are pre-seed, definitely pre-profit, that's for sure. And so it's a bit of a higher risk where you're really, really taking at-risk capital to work.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's always a good line to kind of delineate. So I want to take the opportunity to chat a little bit about that. But you two are part of an organization we've already referred to, NAPE, Nigerian American Investment Partners. How did this group come together, and what are y'all up to?
Sure, I'll kick that off. So all of us, right? We are Nigerian Americans. Let's start with that. We're friends. There's a lot of things that bring us together from a common bond. Our wives vacation together. Our kids go to the same schools. Actually, Deba's son is right here in the audience.
He's out of school today. He's sitting over there. He doesn't want to
Wow,
be
what a cool
pointed out.
dad.
And he decided to come join him, so
Yeah.
which is really awesome. And I think what I would say is this, right? We spend a lot of time together, and that time things changed during the pandemic. During the pandemic, I think we had a couple of virtual happy hours, and we said, well, how can we use our time purposefully? And we're all doing things in our own specific lives, right? And if you kind of think about the group that we have doctors in the group, we have lawyers, we have PE guys like Deba, we've got consultants, we have partners at top Big Four firms. And so I think, after probably 2 or 3, 4 conversations, next night I knew we had about a 60-page operating agreement, that really kind of talked about if we were to start a company, organization, whether you call it an investment club, angel investment, whatever you might call it, how do we deploy our disposable income in a way that is meaningful, that has impact, right? Impact not only selfishly on our own lives and our families, right? But then on the other hand, how can we help entrepreneurs who might be at a point of need that capital could be the catalyst for the next big idea, right? And really, quite frankly, I mean, to our surprise, when we started talking about NAIP, NAIP.com, right? I was shocked the amount of individuals that reached out to us, the deal flow that started to kind of happen by nature of it. And certainly, I think, the connection to Capital Factory, if I just maybe even digress a little bit, going back to 2017, 2018, when I first moved to Dallas, Texas, at the time I was working for Citigroup. I had, wanted to attend Dallas Startup Week. I showed up looking like a banker in 3-piece suit with a tie, and came to an event like this, and I looked very out of place. I mean, it was awful. But there was an individual that stood out. His name is Chris Batty, and a really good friend of Capital Factory, and he noticed me that I was kind of out of place, and said, and from there, friendship started.
Chris was
And-
probably also in a suit, right?
There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
no,
Chris
Chris.
introduced me to some of the co-founders of Capital Factory. And I think that was also a connection back to NAIP on how we actually approached a lot of the work we did.
Got it. And that was before the pandemic happy hours then. So that was
That is correct.
early inklings.
That is correct.
And then, but it's so fascinating, everything that happened as a result of the pandemic, obviously, but just these specific initiatives that started from the space we had for 36, however many months it ended up
Like
being.
2 months. I mean, we were bored to death.
It wasn't 2 months. It was
it
way
2
more.
months?
Well, it depends on your risk tolerance.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right. Everyone opened back up in different stages. Right?
That's right.
I think the experience really. I'm going to betray my age a little bit, but does anybody remember the 2008 financial crisis?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I figured as much. Very few. All right. Somewhat similar, right? Nobody knew what the world was going to be like tomorrow. Does anybody remember a firm by the name of Lehman Brothers?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so y'all remember? Do you know where they are now? Yeah, exactly. All right, so the point is, we really didn't know, right, where the world was going. And that can be very scary, particularly if you are a relatively young person, right? You have a young family, you got a mortgage, the mortgage doesn't stop because there's a pandemic. Maybe if the whole world is burning, maybe it will stop. And so we were like, okay, what's going to happen around the corner? And it's important to understand, and I appreciate the fact that all of you guys are here. One of the largest creators of wealth, and wealth is not money, by the way. Wealth has been the technology boom that we've experienced in this country in particular in the last 20 years. And you may think about, well, what does that really mean? And it really started with a very simple and weird concept: computers talking to each other, right? That wasn't the case before. Most people had a little computer in their desk, you type stuff and you move on. That catalyst also helps for organizations like this and ours, where folks who had particularly strong skill sets, right? We all knew kind of what we did, but nobody really understood it. We started talking to each other, and we had a common denominator, which was, hey, what do we do? How can we make what we have work for us? And that helped boost the idea, similar to what you guys have with this organization, as with NAPE as well.
And what were some of the key things you had to do to evolve this from a cool thing you're talking about on a happy hour, and which I think we're really good at that part. Everyone's good at that part, but then into the 60-page operating agreement, into a organization that's made significant investments at this point. What were some of the key things y'all had to work through in that process?
Good.
I mean, I would say the first thing was just assessing our strengths, right? And when I looked at the core, strength of the group, it was really one. For a lot of us, we leaned on Debo's, experience as a legal, counsel, but also being in the PE space. The other piece was, we realized that if we were going to be successful, it was important that, we had a way to assess opportunities that came in. What I've not shared is that when you look at the areas that we invest in, it's often real estate, technology, biotech, and just thinking about how do we match the experiences that we have. And and if you kind of combine the 13 founders that came together, right, to start this company, just multiply that by 20, right? So that easily gives you the number of years of work experience that we all at least maybe bring on average. So I think that was a component of it. Then we have to sort of put a governance structure in place as well. The governance structure came from who was going to be accountable from a membership standpoint, who and what group would be accountable for how we assess do due diligence. Who brings the technology experience? Something as simple as a website. Well, how do we market ourselves and actually inform the public on what we do and why we do it? So it was a variety we actually create very clear work streams. We selected a CFO, a finance person. In the very early days, we looked for where there was a need. We almost were bootstrapping as a crew. Just no different from any startup, right? Now, over time, we've matured. We can get into that over time, but I don't know, Debo.
No, you hit a lot of the same point. You have, whatever you're doing, you got to spend some time to be organized about it, right? It's essential. It's even if you're going to school. I tell my kids the same thing. I'm like, if you want to use your time efficiently, you got to plan first. You don't have to get all the answers right. Lord knows we didn't, right? But I can tell you the way nothing happens if you never start. And so we had to start something, right? I've long held on to a view. It's not original. I'm sure a lot of people have the same view. It almost doesn't matter how you start, as long as you get to where you hope to get to. And that was really the driving force for us. You can make mistakes. You can figure out like, oh, wow, you should have done it this way. But getting smart about this stuff is important. And it's really not that hard. It sounds fancy. It's not that hard.
And the ability to pivot, right? So, I think we adapted over time. Whether that was adapting to the needs of our members, and some of that was also adapting to the kind of focus that we had, right? So at the very early stage when we started, anyone could send us a deal, right? We didn't have a deal. We didn't have a deal thesis. We never had an investment thesis, should I say, right? And that came with time. And I think there was a lot of lessons learned. And every time we had a moment that, and it was almost this critical junction that we always had, right? And as a group of members, we had an opportunity to weigh in. And then we had a process in place to decide the path forward. When we made a decision, everyone fell in line, quite frankly. And I think the bond of our friendship was critical to that as well.
Right, helped grease the gears in the communication. Because 13 founders is a lot of founders. That's a lot. A lot of people.
We're kind of passive. We all had our day jobs. Don't get that wrong. Right. Remember I talked about a mortgage? Okay. But you have to make the time and passion.
Right, right, yeah. And for entrepreneurs who are raising money and interested in your group, what does make an exciting investment? What does make your ears perk up when you get pitched from a founder?
I believe you have to believe in your own story to make a successful sale. I mean, if you guys talk to very successful marketing people, those guys are very, very good, and you can market anything. One of my partners, we joke, he can sell ice to an Eskimo, but that takes some time. We typically are attracted to stuff that has a disruptor element, but also a path to future liquidity. Because the reality is, if you remember when I talked about the different levels of investing, up onto the mature stage where you hold public equities and what have you, the reality is that you can have as many stocks as you want. You have many private equity funds, hedge funds, angel investors, vehicles, seed vehicle, VC, whatever. At some point in time, it needs to convert into cash, right? I mean, that's kind of the goal. So an idea that doesn't have the ability not only to disrupt, but has a path to monetary realization is some other type of idea. And the reason, which touched your point about fundraising, is you need people to write checks. And those checks are usually not $50. They're not $100. They're not Bitcoin, right? They're not, foreign currency. It's real hard dollars. And that is at-risk capital. Very few banks are going to back VC funds. You know why? Because they have almost no collateral, right? Banks operate differently. And so, it's important to know that, hey, if I'm going to put my capital at risk, which means that I am not investing in public equities or whatever else is out there, the idea has to make sense, and I need to be able to get that return. And that's a pitch as part of fundraising you have to be smart about. Because it's not like, hey, you back my idea, it's really great, and it's fun, it's awesome, we're all going to be really happy. Yeah, yes, that's good, don't get me wrong. But there is a path to liquidity and realization.
Yeah. I think the fundamentals matter, right? So fundamentals from what's the viability of the idea, is it feasible, is it scalable, and do we have the industry expertise to actually assess it? I mean, there's been times when, we've told founders, we just don't understand it. I mean, we had an experience with a founder actually here through the mentor, program where, I had spent probably the first year as a mentor within Capital Factory working with that founder, and then introducing that founder to NAIP. We were excited about the opportunity. We thought, but we could just not, in a very simple terms, I could never explain. So if I can't explain it, I know, Debo, you spent hours with this individual without mentioning it. And I think we got to a point where we had to say, you know what, that's not for us, right? So I think that's a component of it. The team behind it. I think a lot of founders focus on features. They focus on, I'm working on this feature, I'm working on this, tinkering with this idea. And I deal with that. I have a product team in my corporate life, so I deal with that all the time. It's very easy to focus on product. But what is the customer saying about it? What is the outcome? Are there actual outcomes that you've tested out there that you have data to validate, right? And can you bring that to the table and actually show us? And I think as we've matured, I mean, one of the things that we ask for now is, all right, well, one, we've got a very clear set of questions that we ask on how much are you asking for, what are you the use of the funds, who else is part of that, that raise. Is it a safe, which Debo absolutely hates, and we all do.
Hate safe.
So is it convertible notes? I mean, we will deal with that, but our preference is preferred equity, right? So, and how do we look at, so when we look at all of those things, can we assess the valuation of the company? Oftentimes, especially with pre-seed companies, I mean, there are these, valuations, I mean, that sometimes they're laughable because it doesn't have, a scientific way for us to actually arrive at how the founder came up with that number. And
but
so
you can't laugh.
I mean, some of it, honestly, I'm going to be somewhat facetious, but some of it, you pulled it out of somewhere, and it's usually not in front of you, right? But anyway.
No, but in all seriousness, right? I mean, I think, in a different way, these are hard-earned, money, right? So if and given the scale that we are, right? So deploying a 25,000 to 100K check, right? I mean, we have to be really thoughtful before we write that check.
Right.
And at the end of the day, we also have other people at home that we have to answer to. And they were part of these agreements that we signed as well. So as a group, let's just be real. So our spouses. The point here is that diligence is important. That data room is important. And sometimes we look at the data room and you look at the cash flow and the burn rate. You go, okay, well, this founder or set of founders are just using these funds for their living expenses, or maybe they're spending it in Vegas, figuratively. I know who knows what they're doing on the weekend. So, those are things that we assess as part of the process.
Right.
Now, are we always going to get it right? Absolutely not. But those are things that are really critical. Debo will always, literally, I think you've rang it into me. How do you get your money back?
Yeah.
How do you get it back? And that's the question. And how do you get it back 10x, 100x?
Right. The way I talk about it, and we at Capital Factory say, you have to build a great company. You also have to build a great investment. And you can be a great company that serves a lot of customers, people know you all around the world, and not make your investors money, right? And so actually making your investors money is a completely different dynamic to it. And I think a great example of that is that I refer to as WeWork, right? It's very popular. There's documentaries, and not breaking it. It's like incredible company, changed the way people work. Awesome place. Love go to WeWork, right? It's was a real estate company that was valued as a tech company. And the music stopped and they tried to go IPO, and I don't think anyone made any money off of it.
Yeah.
And that's sad. And a lot of people put a lot of time and effort and hard-earned money into it. And so you have to be a good investment as well as a good company. So if you want to make your investors happy, at least. Awesome. Okay. And so what are some of the deals y'all have done that you're excited about? Can we talk about any specific ones here?
I mean, I can pick a couple, and Tosin obviously can add some. Our typical check size is, let's call it, then maybe now it's going to go up. It should go up. I just call it 150K, give or take, maybe more. We've done more. We kind of invest all over the place, but most of them have been actually tech related or tech enabled type of capabilities. I think we've invested in a couple of things with Capital Factory as well. We've also actually we've done some small real estate. I'm personally not a big real estate person, and that's one of the reasons, because it's physically there, and if something happens, you can't physically move it. But I'm somewhat elementary. I think one of the challenges I have is my mind. I have a private equity investor mind doing VC type stuff, and they're just a couple of blocks apart from me. Yeah.
Different philosophy.
Yeah. And so I always struggle. I'm like, okay, first of all, you don't have any cash flow. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? I think there's a lot of tech that we look at, because we have quite a few folks who are kind of in the tech world, and things come to me where I'm like, to the other point, how do you make money? I think we did Gel Blaster, if I remember.
That's right.
Yeah, we did Gel Blaster.
Aptronic
World's
was another
leading
one.
blaster, Aptronic.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've trying to remember. These are deals that are active. We have deals that we did that are inactive, and it's inactive not because we sold them. It's inactive because it actually is inactive. If you know what
Lost money.
Does anyone have Gel Blaster? Or played with Gel Blaster at all?
Oh, man.
Nobody yet? Oh, it's
So,
the best-selling toy in America.
Your son should know what Gel Blaster is. I mean, just from
He doesn't probably done doing.
Highly, it's
Well,
super
Fortnite.
fun. I wish
Yeah.
we had some right now.
You want to add a couple
We need to
more
get some more of those. I know we need a whole
Yeah.
stock and capital.
No, I mean, I think one, you hit on the all access fund, which is something that was really excited for us, to do last year. We're going to participate again this year, so very excited to be part of that. But what it also gave us a right was to actually just come along with Capital Factory in very specific opportunities that were direct investments as well. And as we've met with multiple founders here, there's been times that we've assessed opportunities as well on our own. Sometimes it was even relationships that we formed directly, and it just so happened to be that Capital Factory was involved, as well. We've invested in opportunities with
but
Arboron,
I should have mentioned,
with your
yeah.
company as well. So and which has been awesome. There's been apartment complexes in Seattle, which is a multifamily deal. We did a use industrial office deal in Dallas. So it's really quite a bit. We've done a biotech company that I can't mention the name, but we did a Series B with that. So it's one of those opportunities where we are leveraging our relationships. And quite frankly, I mean, there are companies in the mix of it that have not had a single dime in revenue, but we believed in the founder. We liked the idea. We thought that it was viable, and I think this idea of a team, and are they willing to really push, right? I was hearing the first speaker today. I just was kind of passing by, and this resiliency that it takes as a founder. Yeah. It's something else, and I think the challenge, that we face, especially as I go into some of the opportunities that we've looked at, now, and more pivoting to, is this a company that's already showing revenue? Is the founder just kicking the tires? Yeah. Or do they really actually understand what they're about to embark on, and are they willing to do the work to actually get there?
Right. And I feel like a lot of founders don't understand how easy it is for investors who look at deals all the time to really see when you're kicking the tires. If you're not genuinely all in on this, how can you expect someone to, especially an angel investor, personal money? I mean, and from an institutional standpoint, it's just you're almost not even on the ballpark at that point.
Yeah. I used to be just on that point. I used to be somewhat skeptical, where founders were not all in 100%. But over time, I mean the last 8 months, I've been less particular about that up to a point. And the reason is, so within, now this is not within Nate, so within our investment fund, our businesses are healthcare, physician practice, so these are established businesses. One thing that I've realized is not everybody is made out to be a founder, a standout person, and that's okay, right? There's the bell curve, there's the pyramid structure, and so folks who have ambition, you have to, and sometimes give them a little bit of time to get to the point where they feel like, all right, I'm really going to do this. It could be that one of the things they're coming to you is because they don't have the financial resources. They can't really quit their day job. It could be as boring as heck, right? I've been in that world before. So if you're saying hey, listen, if you're not going to drop everything down and do this, you kind of almost kill the dream. And so I think there's a balance where you have to start thinking about, hey, can I kind of guide you towards a path where you're getting more and more comfortable, where you can really step into this stuff and put time. The reality is most founders, successful founders, didn't just quit cold turkey and became founders. I mean, of course, if you were a daughter or son of somebody of a trust fund, or you had a very rich uncle, easy. Most of those people probably don't really care.
But you're probably not going to be in the seat
right
now.
So I think part of it is, if the idea makes sense and that person isn't really all the way there yet to be able to quit their job, there's a bit of encouragement and nurturing that comes with that gets them to the point where they feel like they can be really in it.
But let's be real. This is the first I'm hearing him say that.
Yeah.
So
this is
like I said, it's been over.
And there isn't a signature on a paper that happens amongst our group, and we all have equal rights. The way we kind of work together, right? That without Deba's ability to help us look at the legalese. Yeah. The truth is, if a founder is in that situation, oftentimes what we find is that they're not willing to give anything up, right? They stand there's a stance where it's, hey, listen, it's a safe and it's a safe only. And here's the only terms of the deal. I have the best idea in the world, and this is the only way it's going to work. If a founder is coming with that approach, and oftentimes this is the difference between, cockiness and confidence in the idea, and humility to learn and actually work, and say, maybe if you guys are going to fund and actually write a check of 50K, you're the first check that you're going to write. I'll give a board seat. I'll give XYZ. By the way, I'll give actually a term which I think I learned from you, which was MNF. So
most favored nation.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
most favored nation, right? So which which means if any other investor in the future was to get a preferred terms, then we get to have that preferred terms.
Retroactively.
So but what we find is that sometimes founders are so rigid, and when you're rigid, then we're like, you know what, we're going to walk away because there's hundreds, thousands of opportunities out there.
Yeah, it's a balancing act for sure, and there's a lot to it. I want to, before while we have time, I want to open it up to the audience and see what questions y'all have. Who's
Question back
got
there.
something on your mind? Like, right here in the corner. Oh, that's my favorite seat.
You might need to get up so they get to you.
There you go.
Hey, Tosin Devo, thanks so much for
Sure.
gracing us with your presence. Most may not know that what you've done is really incredible. And so that leads to my two questions. With your founders having such diverse backgrounds, right? Doctor, technology, consultant, how did you get everybody on the same page in terms of understanding technology investing, which is not real estate investing, like you said? And then the second thing is, do you foresee a future where something you've achieved with NAIP can be a repeated model outside? By the way, my name is Zubian, I'm founder and CEO of Think and Zoom, and I also help out at Diversity VC. Thanks.
Awesome. Good to meet you. Can I take that first? I'll answer the latter question. I mean, our hope and part of why we're here is so that other folks can replicate this. This should not be something
pride of
that
ours.
NAIP only, does, right? It's really, really important, constantly sharing with anyone I meet the process and the approach that we took. On the first part of your question around the education, I think it's truly an honor to have this gentleman next to me, and
Likewise.
I'm still learning, right? And a lot of us are learning. And for the newbies in the room, sometimes I personally get frustrated. I'm like, you can Google what API is. Do not ask that question, Mr. Doctor. Right? Right. So, but the truth is, right? We all have something to learn. And so we do take the time, if it's something that is derailing a conversation that we have. And for, I think, 2 years, I was general secretary. So, and I tried to run a very tight ship. So, I wanted to make sure our meetings were on time, we were structured. And when we had those conversations, someone needed help, it became an offline conversation to bring them along. But what I found is that, it's almost, if you ever heard the book called Strength Finders, right? Where your strengths are is where you kind of have people kind of pivot to, right? And then the power is all of us coming together with those strengths to actually make this work.
Just to add to that point, in terms of, so we have a board, right? So again, to organize and plan, so we have a board that sits through a lot of that stuff. And usually once the board decides, everybody really should go along. It's not one where, if you try to get consent from your family members at a dinner table about what you guys going to eat, you're going to starve to death, right? So you got to have like some of them who are kind of on top of stuff. And they're very good. They're very good.
But the board was something that came 2 years after we started, right? So we founded the board really as a byproduct of our learning process.
Yeah, that's true.
Question over here.
I'm not gonna stand. You guys can see me. Hi everyone. My name is Menson, and I just moved to Austin. So moved here in November. It's kind of my second event here, and so love what we have going on here. But I had a question. Have you guys, with your firm, invested in database distributed system companies? Because I know there's a lot of hoorah and a lot of trending stuff going on with AI, and that's kind of been the trend, and everybody's trying to get on this train with AI. But have you guys also, looked at, because there's different type of emerging technologies besides AI and the database stuff. So is your firm, have you guys seen projects like that before?
I don't recall.
Okay.
The easy answer is no, not
okay,
just really. Obviously, I think AI is an underpinning of a lot of the technology investments that we're looking at right now, but that's different from distributed, databases, right? And how data is moved either to the cloud or, or on-prem. If I'm kind of understanding where you're going with your question. Yeah.
I just, when it comes to investing in these two different technology trends, I feel like a lot of firms are leaving out the distributed database model, and a lot of them are chasing AI. But I just wanted to see if your firm have looked at any companies. Have you been presented by any emerging breakthrough database technology? That you
Not to
could.
date. Not to date.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Camille Hall, the founder of Creative Ambition LLC. We are an AI startup. And I had some questions actually about, I hear y'all mentioning SAFE, and I'm not understanding what that is. And then my follow-up to that is, what advice would you give to that founder who's still managing that day job but wants that check?
Okay. I can, all right. So a SAFE, so let me.
The simple answer.
Yeah, I'll give you this. I'm not going to. So when we talked earlier about being organized, when you seek capital from people, you're asking for money, and typically it's in exchange for some form of ownership. It could be a loan, it could be a part ownership in the company, and that has all sorts of variables as to what that is. A SAFE is one of those instruments or equity investment types that is pretty common in the VC world. Nobody does it in private equity. That's why I hate it so much. But essentially, I think it's like a security agreement for future equity. And the shortest and simplest answer to it, other than the fact that it's super, super favorable to the founder, not to the investor, but I'll park that, is that essentially you're giving money to the investor, to the founder, in exchange for issuance of equity or ownership based on some event in the future. And let me just pause about that concept. If I went, let's say there was a coffee shop back there, and I went there and I said, hey, I want to buy a cup of coffee. They're like, yeah, this is $3, $4, whatever it is. And oh, by the way, come back 3 years from now, and your coffee will be ready. It's actually, that's kind of like one of the things about it. So it's something that it's a struggle, but it's really common in the last couple of years, 3 years perhaps, in the VC world. People do it. I may get there personally. I'm not sure. To your point about advice for folks who are still doing that check, it really depends in terms of what is still your passion. Because at the end of the day, you can be a hard-charging worker, or you could be a sluggard. The fact of the matter is, we all have 24 hours, right? I have yet to see anybody, however hard they have 27 hours, right? We all have 24 hours. And what that means is, how much time are you really going to be able to put into this thing to be successful? And if you're like, you want to take your sweet time and do that, I'm not saying that's the case necessarily, what you may be signaling to people who are going to risk capital, and you also have to understand that term, at-risk capital, which means it could go poof tomorrow, right? And if you put yourself in their shoes, you need to make sure that if you were asked the same question you're asking them to do, that you can answer in the affirmative, and you need to be convinced about that. And so if there's a period of time where you feel like, listen, I know I'm not really there yet, I need to do stuff, let me have a plan, people will listen to that, as opposed to like, yeah, do the check, it's an awesome idea, it's going to be really great, but I'm going to still stay at, AT&T or IBM or whatever it is I'm doing, without line of sight. Yeah, do not be surprised if you struggle with getting them to make commitments.
Yeah, the number one thing I always tell people just very quickly is, you can't ride 2 horses at a time, right? It's okay to start out and hop from one to the other, while, using your own sweat equity, right? At the point you're now asking someone to write a check for $1 million, $2 million, or whatever the case may be, we want to see that you've made enough traction, right? And this goes back to the whole kicking the tires, conversation, right? So I think many times what you see is the founders, and I've been a failed founder, co-founder as well of startups as well. So they're not willing to take and show that they're betting on themselves first. And want someone else to leverage their own funds. And what I've seen, I know I was telling Chris this earlier, like, I'm Nick, that one of the things that really, when we've seen, and I've seen founders do this, right? Especially when the deal is not going well. Some have handled it very well. They pick up the phone, they call you. Here's the advice, the counsel I need. How can we work this out? Here's what I'm doing to do it differently. We've had founders just send a newsletter. Hey, I've sold the company and I'm doing this. Well, what they did was they went to go take a job with another company. And they made it as something like, so this is where we start to get skeptical because we learn from it. And we say, well, if I learn from that situation, I'm not going to repeat that again.
I have another question up here.
Last question.
Sure.
Brandon Ward, founder of Keisha AI. Add me on LinkedIn, everybody. But my question is, there's a lot of stuff that you don't know going into fundraising. Like a lot of stuff that I didn't even know, like 83B elections, pre-money, post-money valuation, like stuff that you don't even know. You get there and you're lost. Is there anything that you would recommend that anyone raising money should know exists before they even walk into the room or even try to raise money?
It's tough because you can't wear all these hats, right? For some of you, it's almost like going back to school, except you don't know what the subject matter is. You know what you want out of it. The good thing is now there's a lot of resources because of the internet, right? So this might sound really basic and stupid, but ain't nothing wrong with looking on YouTube. How do you raise money as an investor? I don't know how to use that, but how do you raise money? What's 101 investing 101 as a startup? I know it sounds kind of silly, but there are all the resources. And you start getting that, you get some intelligence, and then perhaps even looking up, folks like this establishment, Capital Factory.
You are in the right place.
Yeah, and you can ask for, do they have some kind of paper on this kind of stuff? You shouldn't be intimidated by seeking means towards your success, right? And then be like, oh, I'm gonna sound like an idiot. I'm gonna sound like I don't know. Nobody cares, right? Because if your idea is great and you go through the motions and the process of being able to convert that into something of success, you have actually done a lot better than 95% of most people, right? So it just starts with getting intelligent about something. The same way you got intelligent about, how do I learn about this great idea that I want to do? It just comes with that process.
And we do the same thing. I mean, for someone who was novice, I mean, this is what he did as a profession. My undergrad was in information systems, MBA, and then the master's. It's just picking up books, asking questions, and just learning along the way. And you'll figure it out. Yeah, awesome. Absolutely will.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have.
Can I just make this comment real quick? Yes. So, I mean, it is really important to, one, appreciate not only Debo, but the rest of our NAIP, members. And we don't exist without all of us, coming together as a group and figuring out how we work together and actually be able to make this successful. I was kind of looking at our, our deal sheet and, our tracker. And what was really surprising to me for today, and I'm really, really proud about this, I'm not sure if all our members have looked at this, but 46% of the deals that we've done have actually been invested in Black founders. Let me say that again. 46% of the deals we've done has been in Black founders.
So I didn't even know that, by the way. So I'm actually impressed.
I anticipated that question. That's why I actually looked at it. Right. But it's really phenomenal. That's why we started this, and really, really excited about it. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Capital Factory.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Debo and Joseph, for being here. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. Pleasure. All right.
Thank you, guys. Can we give another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator? Okay, let me tell you guys something. There's investors in here, so we're getting ready to take another break. I don't know what you guys all do for your business, but I know there are tons of founders in here. There's a ton of entrepreneurs in here, so now is the time. Get that elevator pitch. I think about Shark Tank whenever I meet an investor. I'm like, all right, so I got this idea, and I would love to receive $150,000 for what, 10% stake. This is the time to do that and really just ask questions. I know we didn't have a large amount of time to ask all the questions in the world, but hopefully some of those questions and answers got your wheels turning so that you guys can connect with other people and ask further questions. And if anything else, exchange information with everyone. So we're going to take a break and we're going to resume back at 2:00. All right.
Hey, y'all, there is a few sandwiches left from brunch. We're about to clean it up in about a couple minutes. If you want food, now's your chance to go grab a sandwich. Otherwise, they are going away. Last call for food.
Hey guys, we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes. So if you guys want to make your way back to the front, after you get your snacks, refill on coffee, water, go to the bathroom, all the things, we're gonna get started in 2 minutes. We're gonna have a really good panel. Thank you. All right. Thank you, guys. I know some of you guys are still having conversations, and I know I encourage a lot of you guys to make that pitch. So if you guys want to continue those, I encourage you to have them maybe outside of in here just so that we can make sure that we hear our moderator and our panelists going. But thank you, guys. I see some more of you guys coming on in. So if you want to make your way to the front so we can join in on the conversation, we have coming to the stage a wonderful panel. The name of this panel is Ain't No Stopping Us, Fearless Fund and Beyond. I want to introduce Preston James from Div Inc., our co-founder and CEO of Div Inc., actually. Brandon Pratt. We have Angela Shaw, Kwame Bowler, and Ifeoma Ike, our moderator, Preston James, coming to the stage now. Thank you, guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
What's up, Austin? What's up, Austin? I've got one of my dear friends coming in from New York City to be with us today. I say, what's up, Austin? Not even like, what's up? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What's up, Austin?
No, that was good.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Black History Month. It's all good.
All right. So,
I'm trying to fix this mic. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm really excited about this panel that we're having, entitled "Ain't No Stopping Us." And obviously everybody knows we're at a pretty critical time in society, not just in tech, but in our communities in general. So I've been real blessed to have some friends join me today to just talk about the various different dynamics in the tech sector, in our communities in general, also in corporate America, and then also from sort of like the entrepreneur startup perspective. So a wide range of perspectives we're going to share today. And did they give an intro to everybody? I wasn't even paying attention.
They just said our names.
Yeah. Just said our names, so we're good. So let me give everybody the opportunity just to share a quick background, and I mean quick, so we can get to the nitty gritty, right? So I'm going to start far left with Brandon. Quick intro, name, who you with, what's your focus,
Who you with?
and then,
All right. Sure, yeah. So hello, everyone. My name is Brandon Middleton Pratt. I am a corporate partner at the law firm Wilson Sonsini, Goodrich and Rosati, where I work with founders and startup companies and emerging companies of all stages, and I do M&A, buying and selling companies, and I do venture capital financings, and I work with private equity investors. And so cover a lot of the waterfront in terms of corporate work. And I couldn't be more excited to be on this stage sharing it with these folks, and I'm looking forward to getting into the conversation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kwame Bowler. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Spritz. Spritz is a vertical SaaS platform for house cleaners. The problem that we solve is we essentially make it considerably simple for them to manage their cleaning business end to end. And we use software to address a lot of their back office and scheduling challenges.
Hey everyone, my name is Ifeoma Ike. Everyone calls me Iffy. I am not from Texas, but thank you for Beyonce for this Texas Hold'em. I'm here to represent. Most of my family actually lives in Texas. I am the founder and chief equity weaver at Pink Cornrows. We are a social equity and research culture firm. My background is also in research and law. We are industry agnostic, but our goal is to help people understand the policy, the legal implications, and also the movement that we need to create in light of disparities that are happening. So really excited to be with you all today.
What's up, y'all? My name is Angela Shaw. I'm actually a native Austinite, so I always like to say that. I'm the SVP of Talent, which is what we call HR, at Amplify Credit Union, and I've been in the people space for quite a while now. I don't even want to say how long, and I'm just excited to be on this panel because a lot of times I think we forget the people part of anything that organizations do, so excited to be here today.
So I'm going to jump right into it. So I'm going to ask a quick question. How many of you are aware of the Fearless Fund lawsuit and litigation that's happening today? Just a show of hands. Okay, perfect. So we're going to do a little bit of overview of what's been happening with that, right? We have a couple of attorneys on the panel, so any legal stuff we can definitely talk through. But I'm going to ask Brandon to really kind of give a quick overview of the lawsuit involving Fearless Fund and what the sort of like the impact, and I'll have everybody else sort of chime in as well. So Brandon.
Yeah, sure. So I guess first let's talk about the lawsuit. So in August of last year, American Alliance for Equal Rights, because of course that's the name, sued the Fearless Fund, alleging that they are violating Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 because in their administration of their Strivers Grant program, they are, as alleged, discriminating by race against potential applicants and who can receive a grant from Fearless Fund. The grant in question is a $20,000 grant. It also comes along with some technical support that Fearless Fund will offer to the recipient founders. As part of the lawsuit, American Alliance for Equal Rights, which from now on I'll just refer to as Alliance, requested that the court, in this case the Northern District of Georgia, so it's a federal court, shut down the Strivers Grant program because they say it discriminates on the basis of race, and also grant the Alliance an injunction, so stop the Fearless Fund from essentially granting any more awards under the Strivers Grant program. The Northern Court of District looked at the arguments from both sides and sided with the Fearless Fund. Shortly thereafter, the Alliance appealed to the relevant appeals court, which in this case was the 11th Circuit, which sits in Miami, and it's viewed as a more conservative appellate court. And that appellate court granted the injunction that Alliance was seeking, and so they told Fearless Fund, you got to stop granting awards out of the Strivers Grant Program until we have oral hearings and arguments, which took place January 31st, so a few weeks ago in Miami. And I don't believe a decision has sort of been rendered yet coming out of those oral arguments a couple weeks ago, but to court observers, it seems like the questions that the 3-judge panel was asking seemed to be really skeptical of Fearless Fund's position. So quickly, let's talk about sort of the law at issue. So Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 says that it is illegal in this country to discriminate on the basis of race, color, ethnicity when it comes to contracting in this country. In fact, and for a little bit of context, in 1866, the country was sort of just recovering from the Civil War, and the Reconstruction era was starting to begin in earnest. It only lasted about 10 or 12 years, depending on who you ask. But this law was put in place to try to ensure that newly freed persons who had previously been enslaved, who were in, basically hostile territory, right, in all these southern states, the federal government, the radical Republican government, put in place a whole bunch of legislation, including the Civil Rights Act of 1866, to try to support these newly freed persons and guarantee them some rights at the federal level that the states could not sort of trample over. And so one of those was this Section 1981. And again, what it said was you can't discriminate against black people, right, was the intent, because they're black when it comes to contracts. And in fact, there was language in the statute itself that says they should have the same privileges as enjoyed by white citizens. All right. So that's some of the relevant context for the law that is now being wielded by the Alliance to attack the Fearless Fund's efforts to address the funding gap that I'm sure we'll talk about on this panel, where Black, brown women founders receive less than 1% of all venture capital allocated in any given year for deals. So just quickly, a little bit about American Alliance, because I don't think I've talked about them yet. There's a gentleman named Edward Blum who successfully led a fight against affirmative action, took that fight all the way to the Supreme Court, culminating in a Supreme Court decision striking down affirmative action on college campuses. Well, that same gentleman also has an entity called American Alliance for Equal Rights. And per its website, it sets out to challenge what it considers discriminatory preferences based on race across the country. And so not only have they sued the Fearless Fund, they've also sued a couple of big law firms, Perkins Coie, Morrison and Foerster, called MoFo, challenging their diversity fellowships because you similarly see discrepancies, right, in the numbers of big law associates, big law partners. And so big law firms have tried to remedy that to a degree, and now that proposed remedy is being challenged, right? So that's a bit about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna chime in because I want to make sure we get around on the.
Well, it's a big deal, and you got to like set the table a little bit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. So what I wanted to add into that also was, so you saw the impact of the lawsuits against universities across the country. Any universities that have DEI programs are basically stripping those away, right? That's at the higher education level. So UT is also doing that, stripping programs away across the board. It's also hitting corporate America, right? They're stripping down on their DEI programs. So across the spectrum, right, we see it in the entrepreneurship world, we're seeing it in higher education, and we're also seeing it in corporate America. So it's like a whole anti-DEI. And for a lot of folks, and we'll talk about this in just a second, is the DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and for some, and belonging, that word is, they're trying to do away with that word, right? So I'm gonna kind of chime in here with you, like, you've seen all of this from the corporate entrepreneurship perspective. What's your take, right, in terms of the climate, and what are some of the steps that you're seeing or recommending should be taken to combat this whole anti-DEI?
So I'm gonna try to be quick, but as you guys can probably see, like, attorneys have a lot of information, and we're trying to like get folks up to the speed of it. And it's important, right? So the one thing I want to add to what everything Brandon laid out is super helpful. I'm gonna steal all of that. I hope somebody recorded it, because that's like the most concise that I've heard it, because there's so many other layers to it. The one thing I want to highlight that he mentioned was that the original law was intended to protect contracts. And that's important, because the way it's being manipulated now is that the Alliance is saying that the Fearless Fund is they're arguing that it is a contract that they're creating. And they're saying, no, this actually are charitable contributions, which is actually, in fact, correct, right? But I say that to say that the law, as a lawyer, I went into law school knowing that, like, a lot of this is trash, right? So, like, you're participating in a system that was never designed to, A, acknowledge us as human beings, and will always do what it can to evolve the original design and the intent of this country. And that's important for us to really think about, even when we're thinking about D&I and all these other solutions. Preston has heard me speak about this passionately, so I'm gonna treat this like a helmet right now, so I don't want anybody to like get offended when I say this. I do not hold myself as a D&I practitioner, because I know that D&I in many ways is the end result of a whole bunch of laws that did not, in fact, impact or provide remedy for the original people that it was intended to support. And as individuals outside of being Black are beneficiaries, more beneficiaries of the laws that in many ways it took lynchings, it took marches, it took protests, and it took litigation, many of which were formed by Black litigators and or allies who had the resources to make sure they got into the courts. Affirmative action, in many ways, was already seen as a non-remedy, and in some ways, D&I was the emergence of, like, what can we do then to ensure that we are talking about the cultures where our bodies actually exist in? So I bring that kind of social cultural commentary color, because everybody doesn't necessarily exist in the litigation of it, but all of our bodies are impacted by the evolution of that. So in these courts that we're not in, what they are arguing, what they're doing is they are twisting our intentions, right? And using the law or using the courts that right now, as much as we like to say Trump was an ineffective, president, from an objective standpoint, he's one of the most effective when it comes to setting up our courts. So even as I look at the Fearless Fund litigation and other litigation, I am nervous about what it means as it even moves, quote unquote, up the courts, because these courts are set up. And I think we have to sit and really think about then what is the corporate response? What is the entrepreneurship response? And I'm going to take it a step further as a movement attorney. What is also the disruptive response? Because some of the stuff that we have to do has to be a little uncomfortable, unconventional. It's going to be out of the box, and there are risks, right? So I'm not going to pretend that there aren't risks. So it's not to put down D&I, but it's to understand that the formation of D&I was already running against 1964 civil rights laws, affirmative action laws, even affirmative action. Many people don't understand that the original argument of the creation of what we got as affirmative action was actually not designed for us to have what we've been employing. Affirmative action, brilliant attorneys were saying that because we have gone through this generational disparity, we actually have to start looking at this concept called quotas. Now, quotas have all been taught to us as something that's negative. But the purpose of quotas was because there literally is, no matter what industry you're in, a deficiency of individuals that look like us and those who experience intersectionalities that are non-white, non-male, that we actually have to look at a numbers game to create some type of adequate remedy to make sure that we can somewhat bridge the gap. Right? So these bodies, we were never going to erase all of the history, but we are trying to bridge the gap. Fast forward to right before the pandemic, I'm invited to speak in the UK Parliament because what are they trying to determine for their accounting and their legal employees? Quotas. Every other space is talking explicitly about quotas. And we are here talking about the Fearless Fund, to be clear, women, Black women, and that's a separate conversation. Well, it's not separate. We will touch on that today. But we are talking about an attack that started with, in many ways, the most vulnerable community that is working on creating a remedy that addresses an only 1% distribution of venture capital funding to communities. So you have to call it a contract for it to even be in the courts. Otherwise, everything they were doing was permissible. And I just want to hold that because a lot of the work that many folks are doing in this room, you need to be aware that it's about the interpretation of the argument. It does not necessarily mean that it is fact that what you're doing is wrong. It is the argument by those that have the money to make the argument that's going to put us in a vulnerable position. Before we pass it over, what I want to say quickly is now that we know that, right, I also think that litigation is often used in a white dominant culture to scare people and mostly to scare white people, right? Because people don't like conflict. And the conflict alone is enough for people to start. We already saw what was happening even before those 12 attorney generals were sending letters to corporations saying you need to change your D&I programs. That was after the affirmative action case that strictly is about higher education. But we saw that businesses and a whole range of folks were like nervous because we don't want to be sued. So as we're talking about solutions here, I don't want to shy away from the fact that there is a risk that we are confronted, but that risk has in many ways always existed. I do think that, and I really do like the way Brandon created this nugget size explanation. I don't think we can shy away from the legal explanation of what's happening, but we also are not going to be able to push back on oppression if we don't understand our oppressors. We have to understand the tools that are being used and figure out ways to get a little bit ahead, but that also means we need to organize our attorneys. We need to organize our allies, especially those that have more risk that they can take on for right now. We also need to not shy away from the fact that it was strategic that Fearless Fund, if we're going to be honest, and this is nothing, no slight against any other community of color, but when that litigation happened, it was literally us fighting for us. So we have to disrupt what it means for allyship, even with non-white, but also non-Black spaces, to really think about what is our collective voice at this moment, because we can't fight this on our own.
So, Angela, I'm going to come to you. Thank you for that. Angela, I'm going to come to you. Just sort of, you're over the people, VP of People at Amplify Corporate. You've been in a lot of HR organizations, so and you have a lot of peers right now that are losing jobs or getting pared down, right? Big time. What are you seeing in corporate America right now? What's the vibe? And then what's your perspective on what needs to sort of happen there based on, hey, now it's time we need to roll up sleeves here and get down into it as well as collaborate with those outside. So give
That's-
me your take, and then Kwame, I'm going to come.
That's a
come
lot
to
of
you,
question. That's a lot of question there. Of course, you know, if white people help black people or underprivileged people or people of color, you're an ally and you're celebrated. If your own people try to help you, it's reverse discrimination. So I just want to point that out, right? That part of it. I think all of this gives people an out to doing the hard work, and I think that people take the out very easily. So when you talk about white people being scared of litigation, it gives them an out. Oh, this is wrong, it's reverse discrimination, we don't have to do this. And I think that a lot of people are very quick to grab a hold of that and say, we're not gonna do DEI, we're not gonna do anything. But if you're a black person or a person of color or a person who identifies with any type of factor that makes you feel disproportionate, you've been in the conflict. Is that not true? We've had conflict our entire life. And even before they coined the phrase DEI, we have been doing this work. And we're gonna continue to do the work because that's what we've been doing, right? So I think as individuals, we tap into our emotions of how the ludicrousness of this lawsuit makes us feel. We need to tap into those emotions, and that's what we use to spur us to continue to do the work that we've always been doing. I think we need to equip ourselves to be able to have conversations where you advocate for yourself and for others. Like your ability to be able to take that stand and stand up to do that is so important, and especially at a time right now where it has become something that is so negative. So I think, yeah, we want to break down structure, and yeah, we want corporate organizations to do more and say more, but it starts at an individual level. Like every individual that has power that they can activate to continue in this fight. So I think what I hear a lot, obviously, people of color, people who are underrepresented, again, we've been doing this work, we know what it is, we're going to keep doing it. And then I would say people who are not that, they want to take the out. Oh, this is too hard. Oh, we're going to get in trouble. Oh, what do I say to my white employees? What do I say to them? Like, what have you been saying to your black employees that have felt discriminated against their entire life? What did you say to them?
A lot of thoughts. So first off, I live under the philosophy that people lie, data doesn't. And when you kind of really look at Alliance and most of their actions and behaviors, their principal argument is simple. They believe that equity in itself is racist. And when you kind of like break that down and think about it, that's only true if and only if there's a level playing field. And in reality, when you also equally acknowledge that less than 2% of venture capital is going towards people of color, then in itself, the data is showing that there isn't a level playing field. When you start analyzing and going deeper into that, you start to realize very quickly that most of the dollars that are being circulated towards white males are because they're also coming from white males. Why is that wealth cycle being perpetuated? Because for many years, there were laws that enabled them to build massive amounts of wealth. And they're choosing to circulate that wealth right back within their peers. As we're starting to make progress and strides towards a more equitable future, and in reality, hopefully one day a more equal future, they're trying to pump the brakes by any means necessary because they're afraid. And it's clear that they're afraid, but it's kind of understanding why that fear exists and how we can actually approach it. And it's starting with conversations like these. I know that the conversation component of this is going to be valuable, and hopefully everyone in this room takes away some fun facts that they can share within their own inner circles. But I think the real question that everyone has to ask themselves is, what action can or should I be taking in order to ensure that I'm not only aware, but that I'm moving the needle towards progress? And that's still hard. It's a very hard question to actually really answer, to appropriately articulate. But overall, I think that the reality is clear. We need to be very focused on this. We cannot allow this to kind of fall by the wayside, and be very vigilant about doing what we can within the resources that we have at our disposal to just best combat this.
Awesome. So I want to share this statement with you all. That was pretty profound for me. and it's true, but just how the words sort of came together. And it ties back to a little bit about history as well. Black success in the U.S. is not proof of racial equity in the United States. Black people succeed in the U.S. despite racial inequities. Successful Black Americans are successful despite systemic and structural racism, not because of the absence of systemic and structural racism, as some opponents of DEI will claim. Meaning, essentially, I mean, I'm sure most of it, but essentially, all the success that we see, and this is, if you go back in history over time, as the Black population begins to make progress, right, there is this backlash to pull back, as though to say, that's good enough. Y'all went far enough. That's good enough. Y'all had enough success. That's good. Let's pull back. And that's what it feels like once again. But if you go back in history, every time the Black population makes that growth, here comes different laws and efforts to pull us back down. This is that time. This is that time. So our ancestors who did this back in the 60s, and our ancestors who did it back in the 30s and the 40s, this is our time. So you look at the history and think about, okay, what did they do to overcome? It's probably no different. It's just a little bit more advanced because we got technology and all kinds of things that are happening. But what is it that we need to do? So I'm going to drop this back on the panel because I don't have to have the answer. So I'm going to drop it back on there. What do we need to do? Right? I mean, I know, Kwame, you said it's a hard question, right? But I mean, I'm going to ask each one of you, maybe take a couple of minutes to say, okay, what do we need to do to combat where we are today? From my perspective, yes, anti-DEI. Before it was anti-affirmative action. Before that, it was you can't go to the restroom here, there, or whatever. So what do we need to do? Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I mean, we continue the fight, so we can't just give up. Can't just tuck our tails and be like, oh, well, this is too hard. And even though I feel like it's unfair that there's an extra intersection when you are the person who is feeling endangered, that you have to still advocate for yourself and others, I think that that is unfair. We can't give up. So personally, I bring others along. I drop knowledge as much as I can. I donate to communities and causes that support things that I believe in, like the Fearless Fund. I mean, those are some of the small things that you can do. Everybody thinks it's some big, grand gesture, right? What is this big, grand thing that I have to do that's gonna whatever, change this law or make this organization not have this pushback. It's not the big grand thing. We need that, but we also need every individual person doing the things that they can do within their power so that more people come together to do it too. And I think setting that example of what that looks like, speaking up about it, even us being on a panel today, it's very vulnerable for us to sit on this panel and to talk to you all and say, these are the things, or this is how I feel, or this is what happened to me. But even that small thing, I think, is a thing pushing towards this continued movement that we need because we just can't give up.
Gotta show up.
But look, I'll go next person.
You gotta show up. Okay?
Yeah.
Gotta show up with your voice. I know it can be scary, but maybe you go with somebody, but we gotta show up. You're good, Brent.
Yeah, so this is probably a good time for me to say that these are my views and my views alone, and not necessarily those of my firm.
Nice legal disclaimer from the lawyer.
And just to quickly kind of finish up just on the Fearless Fund litigation itself. So if he's totally right that the law that's at issue has never been used this way, right? It's been used to enforce contracts, but primarily in the employment space for private employers, right? So this is totally out of historical case law with how they're proposing the court interpret it in favor of alliance today. And so for me, context, and it's been talked about before, but context to me is truth. And so when you say stuff like, okay, it's illegal racial preference, well, yeah, if you look at it in a vacuum, maybe. But if you look at it in context, right, well, then the truth emerges and you're like, well, obviously this is remedial, right? This isn't just like, if history started this morning, okay, yeah, maybe there's an argument that was wrong, but obviously we have a long track record. And we see that it's remedial when you look at it in context. And then I also wanted to just touch on quickly, something that Preston said, and Preston's CEO, co-founder of DaVinc, and I'm fortunate enough to be on the board. And he was talking about this iteration of the backlash, and how, in context, when you look at the history of the country, this isn't some outlier. This isn't some first impression action item by people who are pushing back. Right? This fits very well into a pattern of real or perceived progress by blacks is every time, and this train is never late, but it got here earlier than I thought it would this time. And we actually talked about this at the board level at DaVinc, because in the wake of George Floyd's murder, we saw all of the hue and cry and the outpour of support from all corners of our society, including corporations and allies, right? And we saw record amounts of support pledged. And, as that was happening, I remember sharing in one of our board meetings, like, hey, this will only last so long. If history teaches us anything, it's that there will be a backlash to this perceived or real season of progress, right? Season of awareness, awakening, enlightenment. And I will admit, I'm not surprised that it happened or that it came. The speed of it was noteworthy to me. And then just finally I'll be honest with you, when I think about the fight ahead, like a wave of fatigue just washes over me, right? And like, I think about all of the work, the battles, the sweat, the tear, the blood spilled for all the gains that were made. And then going back to, and then all the backlashes that happened. But when I think about this time, it's just like, it's a little deflating, because it's like, oh, I thought we were past this. But obviously, history is a good teacher, and we're not past it. And so, exactly right, I share the sentiment. It just means we have to roll sleeves up, do the work in the way that each of us can, right? Do work, little things, small causes, medium-sized, big, like we all have something to contribute in that way. And it just requires, to the extent you aren't already there, like a doubling of efforts to do that. And I'll finish with this thought. I am by no means an optimist, but I do believe, again, going back to history, some of the most transformative times, pivotal times that represented progress for the Black community in this country, if you can refer to it as one community, came on the heels of efforts like we're seeing now, right? And even more extreme, right, historically, right? And so I'm not an optimist at all, but I do hold out real hope for what collectively we'll be able to accomplish in the face of this much organized, like financed, state level, federal level push to move backwards.
Go ahead.
I just kind of wanted to add a couple of things. I promise I won't be very long. In my case, like in answering the question of what can we be doing, the first thing always kind of comes to mind. It's we have to open source our resources. Like it's incredibly imperative that for those who have access to both either opportunity or resources, and specifically within the sector, can make them much more available. Like this is not the time to operate as a gatekeeper. Like this is not the time to withhold what you have. And especially if you're in a position of privilege, which many of us are, if I'm being frank, like this is a very privileged position. This is a very privileged problem we're talking about. We're talking about inequities of being able to access certain levels of wealth in response to the fact that our complexion is different. And to Preston's point, yes, this is meaningfully progressive by comparison to other points in history, but still I kind of want to take us back there and say that all of us in this room in some capacity, to be in this room, we have to have privilege. And when we deny others to get access to some of the opportunities that we carry, then we're only doing each other a disservice. And so the way that we come together is by figuring out ways in which we can make those much more available and figure out how we best organize that, just so that way we can continue to uplift. And the other comment that I would make here is that I think it's unwise to expect help from the people that you're claiming are your oppressors. And so if you're aiming to go through systems that have already been identified as oppressive and then expecting to not be oppressed, it's kind of like the very definition of insanity. It's like you keep doing the same thing, expecting to yield a different result. So my open call would be to analyze and think about falling in love with the problem and not necessarily the solution, which is something that most founders become very well aware of, which it's imperative for us to figure out what ways we can best identify how we can help each other and address the needs that we have outside of potentially the systems that we've already considered to be oppressive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Clap for that. Clap for that. Clap for that. It's interesting that Kwame started with that. I was gonna say that Preston knows I just recently wrote a book called The Equity Mindset, and one of the chapters talking about testing our assumptions, I start with a quote from Albert Einstein where he says that if he is thinking about how to solve a problem or trying to figure out how to create a solution, he would spend only 5 minutes on the solution, but 55 minutes on the problem. I want to be very, very, very clear that I can't underscore how important truth is important as we move forward. And I don't want to say facts or data. I am a researcher. I will also say that in many ways, data in itself is not fully objective, right? But there's a reason why in our movements, there's a thing called truth and reconciliation, because you actually can't get to reconciliation if you are not sitting with the truth. So in this course that I teach African Americans in the law, it's important for me to show the continuum that there is not a Native American genocide that is separate from the transatlantic slave trade, that is separate from the Islamophobia that happened after 9/11, that is separate from. It is important for us to link these together, which also means that one of the things, as somebody who spent 7 years in West Virginia, one of the things that we have to be honest about is that this country also hasn't reconciled what it means to be poor and white. That the biggest group of individuals, in many ways, that are the most manipulated, if we're honest, are individuals who went from, in the 1800s, at one point in time, they were poor, but at least they were white.
Yep.
At least they were white, and at least the other people that they see as kind of walking like them and talking like them, looking like them, human beings, at least they weren't human. Because there is something worse than being poor and white. Now you have the Freedmen's Bureau come in, all this discussion about Reconstruction, but the Reconstruction is focused on enslaved individuals, which is an equity and righteous way of looking at repair. But you have no repair for individuals that were white but had no power. There is something about narrative that has to happen very quickly, and there's something very powerful about a people that know that when we are talking about repair, it is not to the exclusion of you. It's not a zero-sum game. This is the time to uplift that narrative, not to BIPOC me. I tell people all the time, don't BIPOC me. I am Black, I am femme, I am disabled, I'm first generation. Those things mean something data-wise as to how I move in the world. But I can also respect your intersection as well. And the truth of the matter is, it's not elections per se that are dictating everything, although elections matter. It is money. So the one thing that I want us to think about is how are we organizing our money? Two, I do want to say that while I respect our civil rights organizations, this is a civil rights matter that has evolved into something else. We are now emerging in AI and digital technology that is also at the crux of sustainable economy and inclusive economy. So we need to figure out how we equipped, and this is a very practical ask, every person here. How many times have we contacted our NAACP, Urban League, and or ... civil rights organizations to ask them, what is your platform to address this? Because we can talk real up in the air about movement organizing, but we need practical steps. If the entrepreneurs in this room meet every Wednesday, what is our community activism strategy for how we deal with, as Kwame mentioned, we got money right now. It may not be all the money we need, but for the remainder of this year, for maybe the remainder of this decade, how are we resourcing, repurposing the resources that we have? How are we empowering other spaces that may be afraid of litigation as to like, this is how you need to show up, but also we need to reach out to law firms that have deeper pockets, figure out what their CSR strategies are, figure out how they repurpose it to this level. And the final thing I'll say as the former policy director and now movement strategist for the Black Innovation Alliance, 2 years ago, we, as Preston knows, when I came in and I was asked by the CEO, Kelly Burton, how should we attack this pushback to the inclusive economy? I was like, we have to recognize that this is illegal. Everything we've been talking about, it touches on legal and policy. But most times when we are in entrepreneurial spaces, we are talking about capital. We need to equip our entrepreneurs with the legal and the policy arguments. But also, we intentionally created the Congressional Black Innovation Caucus in DC because we can't just be talking about repair and social nets and safety nets from the past. We actually have to push our electeds forward to have this language. So every election matters, especially on a local level. How do we get Black entrepreneurship to not be to the exclusion of all entrepreneurship? But we know that when you hire or when a Black entrepreneur is starting up, they disproportionately hire more people that look like them and other underrepresented communities. They disproportionately impact and create social impact aspects of their company, even if it's a capitalist company. And if we were to bring them up to scale, there are reports, GPS has a report, a Color of Entrepreneurship report that says that if we scale every just Black business to where they need to be compared to their counterparts, we're talking about 900 million people hired and $300 billion added to the worker income. This is the data. If we're going to talk data, let's talk about how we are hurting ourselves in the foot. The everyday person is getting hurt when Black economics, Black entrepreneurs are being crippled. So I just want us to think practically about how do we use this data, bring it down to the spaces that supposedly organized, but also how are we looking at elections differently? How are politicians going to address this issue? And how are we then creating the image of not just the gap, but the vision and the future of how we need to progress forward and how we are all basically shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't address this right now.
Y'all know I need to get
I preach.
Yes. All right, so look, we're going to wrap up the exercise. What I want to basically be able to say is everyone that's in this room, right, we got to show up. We got to collaborate. We got to work together. Bring something to the table. Right? This is not a time to be sitting back. We can do something, whether it be in corporate, whether it be at home, especially at home. You have children, family. Got to bring them up, rise them up. We all need to come together, start working together. Entrepreneurs may need to start looking at merging together. Corporations need to lead in and support however small opportunities we can. Right? Join an organization, get into something, right? Bring your allies with you. You have tons of allies, tons. They're trying to figure out how to help. They're trying to figure out how to help. We need to help lead them. So oftentimes they don't know what they don't know, right? And we can actually lead them and show them. So come together. Let's work together. Let's make a difference. This is going to be the time, right? This year, next year, it's going to be the time that we have to lead it. So I'm going to take a moment and thank the panel for a great panel. Capital Factory, Zibink and Capital Factory have been doing this, I think going on, 5 or 6 years now. So very proud of that fact that continue that commitment. So thank you to Capital Factory team, Josh, wherever you are. I just say thank you, and thank you again to the panel. All righty, thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Can we give them a round of applause again? Will you guys be here for a little bit in case anybody has questions or anything? I think after such a dynamic conversation and panel over that discussion, I think this is a great opportunity for us to ask the question of how. I think there was a lot of actionable ideas and steps, and I know that a lot of us, including myself, are excited to tap even further in. So we're getting ready to go to another break. So you probably know by now, I'm going to encourage you guys to get up, stand up, rub some shoulders with people. And if you have those questions of how and you want some of that legal advice and you have some of those questions, do not hesitate to ask those questions here because that's what we're here for. So we are going to resume back in 10 minutes. We'll see you then. Thank you. Hey guys, we're gonna get ready and get started with our next and final panel for the afternoon. If you guys want to make your way back to the front, if you guys are in some intense conversations, I don't want to tell you to stop having them. I just want you guys to redirect them outside, just so we can stay on schedule and continue today's lineup. Thank you guys so much.
No, but what's up? I need pictures, videos, if possible. If you can help me.
I'm recording all of it.
Oh, that makes sense.
You just have to go find them and make sure they send it.
How are you?
I don't know who that person.
Thank you so
I'll have to ask.
But like they're like the feed is on the computer right behind this pillar.
Okay.
But they are recording.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I know you guys just saw me. I'm back. I'm back. All right, we're introducing our final talk for the afternoon. I'm really excited about this one. It is all about AI Founders Unleashed. I know we got to hear from a guest in the audience about an AI-driven business that she's actually starting. So we're going to talk a little bit more about it. I'm obsessed with AI. I was just telling our speaker, who's coming to the stage now, Nia, just about how every single day I challenge AI. I put into ChatGPT something like, all right, I got sugar, cinnamon, and I got a sausage. What can I make for dinner out of these ingredients? Or I'll say, like, acting as a financial expert, create a budget for me, create a meal plan for me. So I'm like obsessed with AI. I'm obsessed with how we can implement it and leverage it. I don't want it to replace any of our jobs in tech. I want us to be able to use it to make our lives a lot easier. So coming to the stage for Founders Unleashed, I'm bringing to stage. Welcome Nia to the stage now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nia. My name's Nia Price. I am originally from Toronto, so if I say some words weird, sorry. I have lived here for the last 5 months. I've been loving Austin, and I work for a firm called Forum Ventures. We invest in early stage B2B SaaS, so I'm really excited to be here today with our panelists. Of aspect of Forum Ventures that we have a studio that focuses exclusively on AI. So really excited to be with these amazing founders and also share more about kind of our work on AI as well. So the two panelists that will be joining us today are Evans and Ronnie. So come on up, guys. I will leave it to both of you to introduce yourselves. You've done great work, and I would love for the audience to get a full kind of background on what you did before, how you got into the AI space, and then we can dive into our questions.
All right. How y'all doing? A lot of beautiful faces out here. So my name is Ronnie Green. I am the co-founder and CEO of AlgoPair. We democratize institutional grade algorithms, so AI investing for everyday people. We do that because there's a wealth gap in this nation. There's a wealth gap internationally too. And so we've built this company to bridge that wealth gap. I got into AI, my story, so I was homeless, living on my car in college. Didn't want to be broke anymore or live on a noodle budget. So I decided to learn stock trading, and I turned $5,000 into $103,000 in 8 months. Now, I was using AI to do that. No computer science background or anything like that, but this sprung me into a whole new world. Here I am thinking that I wanted to be an NFL running back, and then that switched. I was like, nah, this is crazy. Like, how was I able to do that with this tool? And I know there's more. So went to go work for the big incumbents, and I learned so much. But what really made me angry is that AI has been around since the 70s, before I was born. I'm a young pup. But it's been around for so long, but people don't know about it. We're just now starting to have the conversations of AI. So all the big incumbents have kept that information, and so that's what upset me. Why aren't these big incumbents selling these products to everyday people so that they can build wealth, just like the wealthy has done for years? And so that's my background, my story, and I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have this conversation and hopefully inspire some minds to dig into space.
Amazing.
Hi, guys. Nice to meet you all. My name is Evans Akano. Born and raised in Nigeria, moved to the US just about 3 years back. My background has been in industrial chemistry. That was my first degree. And from there, I kind of switched into design and web development. Did that for a decade and went to build out agency work, building websites for lots of businesses. And more recently, I got caught into this whole AI thing while building my latest venture, VZ. Our company pretty much helps you to build out a full-on website, blog, landing page using AI. And I think that what we're doing is important because the knowledge about design and code is still not very available to the vast majority. And we think that if we can be able to have people build out stuff just by describing what they want to build and have a very simple tool that builds out all the complex areas, that would be amazing. I think that AI is here to stay. I think that more people should be inspired to build out their dreams using AI. And it's great to be here. Thank you very much.
Amazing. So my first question is actually for all of you. Raise your hand if AI is something new to you. You don't consider yourself an expert, you want to learn more. I'm trying to assess like how many of you this is like something new versus the experts in the room. So if you're new to AI, raise your hand. Okay, amazing. So I think then that we'll start with Ronnie. Can you answer the question of what is AI? As you said, it's been here since the 70s, so what exactly is it and what's transformed in it that it's now kind of blown up?
To put it in simple terms, AI is like having a super personal assistant that can learn you, learn your patterns, and be able to do the human tasks. I wouldn't say that we're there where it's replacing humans, but it's not replacing the human intelligence just yet. It's just saying, hey, if I need to, know what I need to wear today because of the weather, AI can do that. It can figure out and recommend that for you without having to look at the weather. So essentially, it's doing those human minuscule tasks that we really don't want to do. So AI is able to do that, and it's able to learn all the vast information that's out there and make your life really easier.
Amazing. I think that's a great tactical description. Yeah. And Evans, how do you think AI has changed the landscape of business over the last 2 years?
I think more especially in the past 1 year, it's been a lot more intense. So we've seen more newer companies that have launched, and their whole product is pretty much the fact they're using AI to automate something, right? Think of customer service, for example. They are more of AI chatbots, right? You think of how you would rather go to a bank, for example, and you have all your financial statements. Most of the banks are now integrating AI such that AI can be able to tell you spend much more money on coffee or you spend more money on entertainment every month. And this is actually how AI should work, right? It's leveraging existing data. It knows that, this is the data points you've provided, and it can be able to give you insights based on that and based on data existing on the internet. I think that it's been a lot of change recently, and it's automating areas like customer service, sales, marketing, what have you.
Amazing. And Ronnie, what's the profile of a company that you think should be thinking about AI and developing an AI strategy?
Every company. Right. Me and my co-founder, Ben, we talk about this all the time, the transition between the third industrial revolution to the fourth, right? Where you had the dot-com boom, everybody was able to explore information on the web virtually. And now we're going into this space to where now computers are actually learning. And I want to say an interview that Bill Gates had, 1995. Everybody was excited about the dot-com boom. It was coming into play, but the question was, are these computers able to learn eventually? And he kind of predicted that. We're there in that space. So if you're not transitioning from that bridge, we call it the apocalypse. If you're not transitioning to AI, you will become a dinosaur. That meteor is coming because everybody's adapting to it, even the big incumbents. So you should transition and think about how you can implement AI, not even just building a product, but adopting technology to make business easier for you.
Definitely. And that kind of leads into our next question. Evans, in a time when spending is something critical for companies to be looking at, in what ways can they use AI to help with that?
Okay, I believe that there's no one here who is earning $20 per month as a salary. AI is my 7th team member, and it costs me $20 monthly. And now that team member is so hardworking that by 2 a.m., I get a whiff of an idea, and I'm like, hey, I want to do this, and here's what we've done over the past few months. What do you think? And it's going to give me really insightful response, right? And I think that everyone should get into AI. I think that any business entrepreneur person who isn't using AI today is like someone who's trying to multiply 20 times 365,793 by hand, right? you should use AI, really. Like it's there, it's not going anywhere, right? And you can save so much cost. Like for startups especially, you can save so much cost. I was just talking to him before we started this, how people can build one-man businesses today and excel because you can have an AI chatbot that can be your CFO. I mean, there's still nuances to getting someone for finance, right? However, there's most of the rudimentary, tedious areas can be automated. Imagine having a platform where, or a website, for example, and then you have customers who reach out to you. AI can respond to them at any given time while you are asleep, book an appointment, and all you get to see is a new appointment on your calendar. And you know that you can just go in there and close that sale. And that's how you can actually start saving costs. Not saying you should let people go. There's still importance in having people in your companies. However, there are certain areas that can be automated. Automate them.
Absolutely. Ronnie, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, you hit it on great. Like, it can be your second, third, fourth team member. We were able to scale to a few million just with a team of 3. So imagine that. This is probably the best time as an entrepreneur to get into business because there's no more excuse. I mean, you want to build a company? Oh, I need to find a partner. I need to ChatGPT, $20 a month. Right. All right, like, I mean, that's what, 2-3 beers with your friends on the weekend? I mean, come on. And just like he said, at any time, whether it's 2 a.m. in the morning, which most entrepreneurs are up at that time, thinking about how to execute your business, it can also be the soundboard, right? Mm-hmm. Where if you have an idea, tell me what you think about this. And then also think about my industry when you respond to me. So when you can prompt the AI to actually give you quick answers, a human is not going to be able to do that. You're tired. Your boyfriend is wanting to spend time, and you don't got time because you're trying to build a billion-dollar business. And so even Sam Altman, who's made AI popular today, he even said it himself. So if you don't believe us, you can essentially build a multi-million-dollar business, billion-dollar business by utilizing AI.
Amazing. And my next question would be then, so you've touched on a lot of like the different ways that you can use AI for your business, but on the opposite side, how do you see ethics playing a role in AI as well as the regulatory landscape of AI?
You want to go in first?
I think that such ethics would be firstly on the business and not just on the AI, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, there are certain things you don't go sharing on AI, right? You don't go sharing like passwords and stuff because you know that most likely using one of the free tiers, most of the data you provide will be used to train newer models. So you want to be very careful. You want to give, in some cases, you want to even give vague numbers about things and have AI just give you thoughts about those things and not you giving like sensitive data out to any AI model, right? Besides that, if you're building a company and you're using AI, you need to ensure that every of the AI models you're getting to use, be it OpenAI or Google AI or any of them, you want to ensure that you've checked what regulations, because your terms and conditions on your platform needs to be audited based on what those platforms already have. Because if you're passing customer data from your platform to OpenAI, you need to be sure that your customers are signing to say, we accept terms and conditions of OpenAI.
For sure. Anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, RegTech is the industry that's being directly affected by this. It's becoming a $20 billion business or industry where when you're starting a business, you're just thinking about how can I get money in the bank? Like, how can I make money? How can I be profitable? But what you're not thinking about is the compliance part of it. And so AI has now given opportunity to a lot of RegTech companies to make that process easy and simple. To where if you're onboarding financial clients, you need to have certain data points. You need to get Social Security, and it's making that time to actually get that compliance like that. Mm-hmm. And so it doesn't have to take 2-3 years for you to be compliant. You can be compliant within months or within weeks. And so I would say that there's a lot of opportunity there on both ends. If you're thinking about building business, you should have some type of RegTech partner or vendor that you're working with, unless you're building it inside. And so incorporate those tools because you essentially need them, and it saves you cost. You don't have to go pay a firm $20, $30, $40 million or over time, or have lawyers on hand. You still need to have lawyers on hand, but you can have those tools that are built by lawyers to simplify that process.
It's amazing. Yeah, it touches on what my next question was do you think that the regulations provide opportunities? But I think the RegTech is a really good opportunity as well. Those are startups that we're seeing to pop up. We have in Forum's portfolio one company called Private AI, and they focus exclusively on AI privacy. And they're a company that was built, as you said, like AI has really popped up within the last year, but they started 3 years ago. So then when companies now are starting to think about their AI privacy strategies, this company already has kind of the background in it. So yeah, is there any other opportunities that you see in that area?
I think because there's two sides to it, right? Like when you think about opportunities on the optimistic side, the good side, there's also bad actors as well too. There's opportunities there for you to look into that and how can you become the trusted partner. And I think the opportunity there for a lot of people in RegTech space is to make it simplified for consumers and also the enterprises to understand how important it is, because you don't want to build later on down the road and have to pay fines from different regulators. And I think for even government, you can start building for government, and usually they're slow. They're slow to innovation, but over time, what we're seeing is now they're starting to catch up because they're partnering with these vendors. So if you're in that space or thinking about getting in that space, it's going to be really big. And then you have government-backed money. So therefore, I mean, just go get the bag.
No, that's definitely great advice. And my next question would be, what are some promising but underexplored areas that you're both seeing in AI? And Evans, I'll start with you for that one. Just any areas that you are seeing like an underutilization of AI that you really think people should be tapping into?
I think for most small businesses, there is still, I mean, from the first poll you ran here, there is lots of gaps in people actually integrating AI in their businesses, right? Yeah, more people that are building like AI agent platforms where they understand that what is holding most people back is how do I even talk to AI? How do I prompt AI? And that challenge, that barrier for getting people to get into AI is getting more people to build out much more nuanced tools backed by AI. So really, it's an opportunity here because I feel like there are people who are like legal people here in the room, right? They should go on to build out a tool that encompasses their legal knowledge and then use AI to expand on that. There are people who understand design deeply or understand construction, for example, and they should go on board all that knowledge to a very simple tool. So there's still lots of opportunities for people to build out tools that are AI first. And I think that's something that people would get a lot of returns from.
Ronnie, any other areas that for you're really seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, let me ask a question first. What is the industry that most you guys are in? FinTech? How many FinTech people are in here? Raise your hand. All right, what about real estate? Real estate, okay, we got some real estate people, okay. I think FinTech is extremely popular here today. And those opportunities are imminent. You want to jump on it now. It's going to streamline your process. And so those are opportunities that I see that people should jump on because that's what's really helping the economy right now. It's also what could crash the economy. If you look at commercial real estate right now, it's not stable. So find those things that are not stable in the economy and then create products for that. So.
Awesome. Yeah. And then you're both founders in the AI space. What is it like fundraising as a startup focused on AI?
I think fundraising has been hard recently, not just if you're focused on AI or not.
Absolutely.
However, there are more investors that want to see your AI strategy because for them, they are much more concerned, are you getting in on this right now or are you waiting until the next big thing, right? Most of these things are like market indications, right? More companies today are AI focused. I think it's great when you are AI focused. However, it's also important to have like a clear strategy like for how you intend to integrate AI because the way you're thinking about it, competitors are also thinking about how to integrate AI. You also have to think about things like traction, talk to customers, understand their real problems and see how you can intelligently solve those problems while keeping a platform that is easy to use, right? I think that those things would help you stand out and, help the fundraising process to be a lot easier. I think that's it, really.
I don't know. I got my Capital Factory people in here. I don't want to get too much in trouble, but
it's amazing.
I don't think AI founders should focus on fundraising. I don't think you guys should focus on fundraising. I'm talking to myself too.
Okay. Love it.
And here's the reason I say that, because we just talked about how you can scale a business without having multiple people on staff. So think about labor costs, right? Mm-hmm. When you're fundraising, you're essentially getting into an industry that's unstable itself. VCs are closing shop, like fast. A lot of people are not able to raise money to invest in startups. So you're playing a game to where some of these funds don't even have the money to invest in you, but they're coming off as if they do. You should focus on customers because that revenue is not dilutive, right? That money is essentially coming into your business so you can use and reinvest. You are better off getting the revenue in first, because even that we're fundraising for our Series A now, we have a lot of heat because we're fintech and then we're AI. But at the same time, we even do research on these firms. Where are they at? How many times have they invested? And most of these firms are like 20 last year, 1 or 2 investments. Even the big incumbents, even the big names. And so I think you should focus on customers, get revenue, because when you do find the right partner, they're willing to throw some money at you. But, getting into that space of having to go and really sell yourself and sell your business, I think for a lot of Black founders, it's becoming a thing of nuance where it's just like, man, I gotta pitch 10, VCs this week. Well, you just spent time and hours doing that, right? That could have been spent on your business, talking to a customer, talking to a potential client. That can further expand your business. So if you're doing that for 3 months, you just lost time. But you don't really need the capital as you did, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, because now you have tools that can really help you expand the business, go get clients, generate sales pitch, generate CRM system, retention systems, build financial models. So I just don't think, founders should focus on that. It's just you're going out asking for money, and you could just be focused on building your business. That way, when these VCs do come, you're ready to go. You're ready to present your financials. You're ready to present your projections. And that's just my take, we're taking in VC meetings now, but strategic partners. We're not really talking to mainly just VCs, but actually big incumbents who want to strategically invest that align with our industry. So I say focus on the customers. That money will come when you start building and you start making noise in the industry. They will come. They will knock on the door. They will send you multiple emails trying to get your attention. And even some of those VCs or strategic partners, even if they're begging at your door, when you get in that door, sometimes the answer is still no. So I say spend more time on operations, on making sure that everything's aligned, that your compliances are in place, and you can use $20 a month to speed that process up.
We should get paid for this.
Yeah.
I know, guys. Okay, we love it. As not a VC, as Nia, I condone that message. And also, as Nia, I would also say that I totally agree with that as well. I think that, especially in the AI space, there are a lot of companies that have come up, especially ones that aren't as vertical specific, but that are more broad. I think in that case, a lot of funds are waiting to see how your product differentiates. Are you able to acquire those customers? And so really focusing on your customers, on your making sure you have a great burn rate in order so you can stay a company. And then also on gaining that revenue to show that that's how you're going to stand out and that your company's going to be the one to last really is important. So I really do like that perspective as well. And one thing that I was thinking of when it comes to customers, is it hard to have conversations with customers that don't exactly understand AI? And how do you kind of bridge that gap in those conversations?
you have to take out the technical terms. Like for us, we don't use quantitative trading algorithms when we talk to customers. We talk about
Fair.
smart investing technology. We talk about the benefits that they receive, right? Like when we talk to the consumers, most people ask, like, how do I get started in investing? What do I invest in? And we simply tell them that our technology does all that for you. It automates that process. You get to look at what it's doing and actually see how it's doing that and build your account. You don't necessarily have to do that. Instead of me going into all the details of our model and how it works and how it does that. And if they want to get deep and technical, some people do have a data analysis mind, but most consumers, they don't know. They just want to hear the benefits of what is this technology going to give me in return? Because I'm finna spend money with you. So what does it do? And so that's kind of the method we use at AlgoPair is, keep it real simple. You don't have to try to give them the whole definition. Keep it short and concise and talk about the benefits.
Amazing. And Evan, something that you touched on before was making sure that you have a strong AI strategy. What is something that founders, how can founders prepare their AI strategies? What are some things that they should be considering in putting that together? And then how do you go about presenting that?
I think one important thing is human AI collaboration. Whatever you're building for AI, ensure that there's a human element to it, right? And the reason for that is because you want to have much more nuanced results, right? You don't just say for example, on VZ, the VZ platform, right? If you're to build a website on our platform, you pretty much tell us business name if you have one, right? What industry is that business in? And describe your business in the simplest way possible. Once you describe that, the AI takes that context, because in describing your business, you might be able to mention, here are the people we serve, right? Or here is the location of our business. And then based on that, it gives you a much more nuanced result in a landing page, for example. And the same way you're thinking about a whole business, you have to think about having an underlying business, because the AI is not the whole business. The AI is an integration to an existing business, right? So if your business is, say, AI legal, where you're using AI to generate privacy policy or terms of use pages, you have to have the basic framework of legal, say in different states or in different countries, as a foundation, and then say whoever wants to generate something like a terms or policy can be able to enter more information, and then that foundation gets to give a more nuanced result. So I think that in pitching that, you have to have a foundation and ensure that that human AI collaborative effort is important in whatever you're building.
Awesome. And my last question for both of you before we head into audience Q&A is, what is next in AI?
I think this is one of the verticals I would like to speak on. Is one domain and vertical that I would love to see really take on AI as well as two, education and quantum computing. And quantum computing is, we're kind of in that space. We're in the infant stages. And what quantum computing is in simple terms is that, let's say you have a very fast worker. So if they turn on the light switch on and off, it solves one puzzle. Well, with quantum computing, it's like having a super fast worker, but when you turn on the on and off switch, it stays on both ends. And so it's able to basically solve more bigger puzzles and a large amount of puzzles at the same time. And so when we get into that, you start talking about big data, you start talking about more information at once, making AI a lot more faster, but making it more of a consciousness rather than it's just doing human tasks. And that's one of the domains. Education, we've seen no innovation in education until this time. I mean, who wants to sit in a classroom for 8 hours at a desk and teachers just passing you forms? And I think this generation that's went through that, even Gen X. And one of my favorite CEOs in DFW is Taylor Shedd. She's building Stimuli, and she's gamifying education, where it's fun, it's entertaining, it's engaging. And I think that's what our younger generation needs. And so I want to see AI really get into that realm. And I think it's going to do some numbers. But quantum is the next biggest thing for AI. And if you haven't heard of it, you heard it from me first. Yeah.
That's my 2 cents.
I
on
think
that.
one valid area is content creation, and this is because the creator economy is like one of the biggest things right now, right? But I think that there's some handles today that are like faceless handles on Instagram. People are generating content using AI. There's AI text to voice, all of that kind of stuff, right? And content creation is expanding. So there are companies right now that if you're to have like, this is one of the automations you can even put in your company. Instead of you having like a manual recorded video on onboarding a new staff, for example, you can actually enter all that text in your company handbook and have AI agents create all of that without the manual work, right? And people are even having variants of this on social media where they have created AI agents that AI models like on Instagram, and those models have followers and those models have brand partnerships. It's crazy like that. And people who are doing this do not have to record for one day, right? And you see that even your voice today can be made by AI. That's actually how nuanced it is. Most of these things are already available today, but I think what's next in AI will be that this becomes common knowledge. This becomes so easy for anyone to do, such that the game now becomes, do you own the audience? If you own the audience, you can convert them to customers. You can get in on that ASAP.
Amazing. Thank you both. And I'm super excited for the audience to get to ask any questions. Just raise your hand. Amazing.
Hello. I've got like 2 questions. My name is Brittany, by the way, and that was phenomenal. Thank you so much. So you all were talking about prompts, and I see on LinkedIn very often that there's a lot of creators that are creating projects about prompts. Do you have any creators that come to mind that you would recommend for using ChatGPT for prompts? And then my other question would be, do you have any tools that you can recommend to cross-check AI for the prompts that you're using? Because sometimes that information we get is not always correct, and we only know that if we have that knowledge.
The AI space is still very new. I don't know any AI prompt creator in mind to recommend. But here's what I'll say. Most of the prompts you see on social media are being generated by AI as well. It's as crazy as that. Like, you can actually tell AI to generate prompts for, okay, let me just try to describe a prompt, right? You are supposed to act as a marketing expert for a brand that does XYZ. Generate 20 prompts we can use to track marketing over the next 6 months. Is to generate those prompts. You can literally take 5 prompts from whoever who is saying, you know what, here are prompts for you to use. Take it to AI and say, here are these prompts. Generate 20 similar prompts to these to expand it. That's how good it is right now. And you can take OpenAI's ChatGPT, have results from there, take that to Gemini on Google, get results from there, take that to Perplexity AI. That's actually how good it is, right? So everything is changing, and it's changing so fast. Most of these tools are free. Forget the $20 per month we are saying here. They are free online. Just use your Google and check for them.
Amazing.
I missed
Thank
the second
you.
question, so I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry.
Gives us that information, but we don't know if that is correct, because sometimes I've prompted it, and I know because I'm an expert in that field that that's not the full version of it. Do you have any tools or recommendations or resources that you
There's one I love so much. It's called Perplexity AI. When it gives you results, it gives you sources of those results. So you want to try that tool. It's great. Perplexity AI. You shouldn't miss it. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions?
Thank you. I'm a data science society. My name is Zaid. I guess I was curious because I feel like a lot of models keep changing pretty rapidly. So how do you stabilize that? Do you have a model that's an enterprise? And then how do you keep up with the current market that your ideas? Especially if someone can make that idea by themselves.
And correct me if I'm wrong. So you're asking
Are you asking for using the actual already built model, or are you building internally yourself?
So I know that with certain models, you have to keep them frozen. Otherwise, if they change to a new model, then your entire product just breaks. So
Yeah.
I'm just curious what you do about that, and then how do you keep up with new features if you get a new model and how fast your team is responding to that. Then additionally, how do you make an idea so nuanced and so creative that someone else can't do it by themselves using AI?
You have to kind of go off the grid. You know, one thing that we're doing with AlgoPair is building our own servers, right? So if anything's changed on AWS, we don't have to go and try to recalibrate the system. This even goes back to the quantum part, right? It's so new, so it's in its infant stage to where if any models change, it can self-correct. But that's not yet just fully, you know, built to where it's confirmed, but it does help to just keep all your models internal. Not to depend on third parties too much, because anything changed, everything breaks, right? So I would suggest any founder that's wanting to keep up with trends and times is to, you know, build your own service, invest in that early. But for now, you know, if it's so cost effective, use the third parties, but understand their systems and build it out, you know, yourself, reverse engineer that. But you want to start building in-house. And I just say go off the grid because you're not connected and depending on, you know, Google or AWS. You're essentially able to see how the model works and how it handles all the data that you're putting into it and the data that it's analyzing at the same time. So it may cost you, but, you know, if you're out raising, that's actually a good reason to go to VCs and say, hey, look, this is how we build our moat, right? Like, because a lot of the VCs are recognizing, like, people are just building on top of ChatGPT. They don't have their own models. You know, if they're depending on that, if something happens, it, you know, completely changes the whole company. We've seen Twitter, when they changed their APIs and their models, a lot of companies went under because they were depending on Twitter's API system. And so you don't want to be that founder. There's no moat around that. And so VCs look at moat. You know, business partners and vendors and clients look at what is your moat? What's going to protect us? You're selling us this technology. What happens when it breaks? What are your methods? And so I would say go off the grid, build your own servers, whether that's getting the office space, you know, and ordering servers and hooking up a generator, and then having that own sandbox within your systems yourself. That'll be my best answer for you.
So in the realm of history repeating itself and us knowing about things that happened with the dot-com bubble and everything, how do we as founders ensure that, A, that doesn't happen, and also I'd like to hear your thoughts and opinions on basically the scope of that with the current landscape?
I think that most companies would adapt to AI, and I think it's just a natural thing. I think that one of the things you should look out for is how best can you stay ahead of the curve. Like when he suggested how to be unique, I think that it's important that you respect the fact that you have a company on underlying tech. AI is not all the tech of your business, for any business really. You know, if you want to build a tool that generates PDFs for anything, you still have to build the foundational, where would people log on to see this platform? What would they click on? All of those things need to be available before you hook in, say, any of the AI models to be able to generate text in that PDF. So it's important that you build that base technology, make it simple, make it accessible. Think about the fact that besides AI is not the only data point out there, there's also mobile adoption, which is at an all-time high. You know, we see that more mobile phones are used much more than desktops in this day. You know, these are things that you need to have in mind when you're building any new tech today, and ensure that when you build that, it's mobile first and it's, you know, AI ready. And if possible, to even mitigate any challenge you might encounter, maybe integrate multiple different AI models. So ChatGPT is not working today, switch to Google, you know, and have that variation just so you are independent of that platform risk.
And I would just add to that on like a VC front, I would say that for us, what we look at, we're doing a lot of like vertical AI investments. So AI for healthcare, AI for construction tech and things like that. And it's because of the fact that, yes, general AI tools, there's a lot of competition. But as Evan shared, like it's the business itself that needs to be good, and you need to have a unique advantage as a business and understanding of that industry more than anything. The AI comes after that. And it's just what's going to help you have like that competitive advantage. But it's really important that you understand the vertical that you're in and you have set yourself up to succeed among your competitors.
Hey, my name is Faithful. I'm a MLOps engineer.
Can you speak up a little
yeah,
bit?
Faithful Lobby, MLOps engineer. I have a question regarding cost optimization. So the old world with typical machine learning models were compute and storage, like that was the biggest expense to that. The new world with Gen AI is like tokens and GPU. So how are you guys like working on optimizing your cost as you build products with machine learning and data intensive products?
Can you ask the question again? And yeah, it's hard.
It was still hard to hear.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was saying, how are you optimizing your cost regarding like building data products and machine learning products? Like the current cost, so like the metric for cost in Gen AI world is tokens and GPU cost running in AWS, whatever, pick your cloud environment. In the old world of machine learning, it's compute and storage, right? CPU cost, whatever. So how are you guys optimizing like your tokens that you're sending to these models and like making sure your cost is like really down and tight when you're building out your products?
I think that one of the things that is important is your connection with your customer, right? When building out an AI addition to your existing platform, I think it's great for you to run like pilot tests to understand what usage would look like, say, across 1 month or 2 months, right? I've seen more AI companies that have sprung up, and they have found a way to pass on the cost of AI to their users in form of credits. So say, for example, free users get only 50 credits to use their AI tool. Paid users get 100 credits, and even higher tiers get much more credits. So you can actually pass down that cost back to your customer. However, it's important that you are able to understand the nuance of that cost in the first place, to see what is our cost looking like after 1 month of heavy usage. Can we bake that into the existing cost of the software, or can we tier that cost into an add-on to our software? I think if you go from that line, you'll be able to get how to stay afloat.
Yeah, I would even add, to the usage part, right? Like we train our models at a specific time, usually when there's no activity on our platform. Training your models during commerce would be, not cost effective. So finding times of usage and studying that pattern and only training your model during those times where you're building up costs. But if nobody's using the platform, then you're not having to overly spend, you're not having to overly use certain parts of your models. And so you can shut those things down and then build them back up later during the day or at night, and then have it run in the morning as well. So that's one way we cut down costs for our models.
So let's just say that I'm a brand new founder of a startup company, and I'm starting to learn the different nuances that go into actually building the company. And the number one thing that I'm going to find out is every part of my business costs money, whether if it's compliance, whether if it's legal, whether if it's business development, whether if it's sales, it's marketing, building out my product. Every single thing is going to cost me money. What ways have you seen that you can utilize artificial intelligence so that I can save on my operational cost, trying to build my business, trying to build my product, that, hey, I can plug in artificial intelligence for this sector that's going to benefit me the fastest, it's going to benefit me the most?
Okay, so on this one, I'll take on say for example, marketing, right? There's a cost to marketing. You can start up that new company and have 3 people on marketing team, right? With AI today, you can have just 1 person, and that person doesn't need to be full-time. It means that you can generate content for a whole month in 1 hour using AI, right? And that saves you a lot of money. You can go to product development. Usually you want to hire, say, 2-3 designers and say 3-4 developers. Today with AI, you can just have one designer and then have that person design, send that design to AI. AI gives feedback for improving that design, and it saves you cost, right? You go to what other area? Operations, invoices, receipts, such like that. You can actually upload CSV documents into AI, and it will categorize all of that content. So there are multiple different areas in a new business. You can actually, down to even creating pitch decks. You know, you can choose to outsource that to an agency to design your pitch deck. But there's new AI today that you can just say, here is our business, generate a pitch deck, right? Website, Vizy. You can use Vizy to generate your website in 2 minutes. There are multiple different tools to save cost. Things like legal, I would say you need a person because legal is very, very different, you know, based on where you serve, based on who you're serving. You want to make sure that you have a person in there. And for even any of these areas, I won't say use AI independently of human effort, but kind of reduce how much human effort you need. Because as humans, we have our limitations. These tools are kind of limitless, kind of.
Hello. My name is Camille Hall, founder of Creative Ambition, another AI startup. So I want to actually speak on the marketing. Like, how did y'all get your product visible to the masses so that you can earn money?
Yeah, I would, doing this right here, being in communities, being able to talk about it, building a brand. That's how we got out the word for AlgoPair, is being in a position and telling more people about it. But you have to join communities. You have to put yourself around other entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs naturally talk about good products, especially if they're building one or building a service. And so every founder should start there first. A lot of founders, they're product-led. While that may sound good in theory and you know, in practicality, it's not. You need to start with branding first. And then as you're building your product and it's becoming ready, then you need to switch on from brand to marketing and add that to the equation. And so, you know, one way to brand, you know, social media is one way, but start writing about your product, start writing about your industry, become a creator of that industry. And you can use Medium, you can use LinkedIn, you can use different platforms to where you can start having a conversation. That's probably one of the best ways to brand in a cost-effective way without spending a lot of money. It's just going to different events, talking about it. Have people look you up. Have your website ready. Use his product to build your website.
Love the plug.
Hey, I want the commission on that too. But yeah, those are ways where I would say that what we did from experience in it, that has helped without us having to spend millions of dollars on branding and marketing.
I think to add to that, you need to also ask yourself, for what you're building, who are you trying to serve, right? There are different channels for different kind of users. If you're building something that is strictly B2B, you want to be on LinkedIn. You want to make stories about, like, talk about the impact of what you're building, who you're trying to serve, how case studies of how you've done this for this customer and how it can help the next customer. If you're building a mass market product, start thinking about TikTok and Instagram Reels. Like, you need to get in there and make those videos like this one. Keep making those kind of videos. Like, just push it out there, and then, you know, you get more customers for your brand. And also try to build in some kind of referral system in your product that people find it easy to refer other people to what you have, right? If you can think of like growth loops or growth hacking techniques into your product, where by using it, I'm also advertising, you know, what you do, try to build that into your product.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. We're going to wrap up. Is there any final thoughts that either of you have and want to share? All the thoughts are out there already. You've got them all. But thank you so much. It was great to be up here on this panel with you. Thank you to Capital Factory. And yeah, we'll be around.
Thank you guys so much. Can we have a round of applause for them one more time as they exit?
Thank you.
Great. Awesome. Okay, so this has been such a great event. I can't even believe that we're at the end of it, but don't leave just yet because we have a happy hour that we are setting up. But I have just a couple announcements. So I want to go over those first really quickly. I loved the conversation. You came straight out the gate, Ronnie, talking about AI building your business. I'm going to tell y'all, I usually tell my parents, I remember when, Instagram and TikTok and all that was coming out, I would say, y'all need to get on these apps, okay? I don't care if you don't like TikTok or Snapchat, learn the language of these platforms. And I think that's the same thing that you guys were really saying with AI. It's like, whether we like it or not, whether we find it useful or not, it is being implemented and it is the future. Even in its early infancy stages, it's already like becoming such a great, useful resource that we can actually use as our personal assistant, like y'all said. So learn the language of AI, talk to it. You can even use a little voice memo thing and just, if you're not a texter, voice memo, talk to that thing. It'll talk to you back like your friend. Like he said, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's up and ready, up and at him. He had his coffee already. So definitely tap in, ask questions about this conversation to expand on it even further. But let me go over these announcements really quickly so we can get to the happy hour and, having fun. So the first thing is with Capital Factory, thank you guys so much for hosting events like this. This is not the first and only event that they have. They have constant events all the time. This is such a great ecosystem to be a part of, especially as entrepreneurs, as business owners, and just to really rub shoulders and be in good company of people that really want to support you and help you in your professional endeavors. So definitely stay after at 5 p.m. There's an opportunity to connect in the member salon and really meet some more of those members of Capital Factory and ask questions too about their experiences and what they like about it, and heavily consider being a part, which if you are already considering being a part of Capital Factory, definitely email them at memberships@capitalfactory.com. Again, memberships@capitalfactory.com. And then finally, South by Southwest is already coming up. Like, we're already at the end of February. I'm super excited. And Capital Factory is going to be there. So from March 8th through the 12th, they're having an event called Crawl. That's going to be Friday, March 8th, followed by some amazing programs on Saturday, March the 9th, and Tuesday, March the 12th. So definitely move fast because tickets are selling out. Y'all know how South by Southwest goes, like from the music side to the professional side. Get those tickets, come be a part, and let's all, connect and talk. I'm going to be, talking to you guys and meeting you guys as we network and connect and, just enjoy each other's company over a drink or two.
I wanted to speak on Capital Factory. So we actually got our first investor for our company in Capital Factory Group. They were actually a mentor, and I argued with this guy for like 2 hours about the industry. And then 3 months later, he actually invested our first check, him and his wife. I know I said some things about VCs today. I thought he was going to kick my chairs, but Capital Factory is a great community. We got our first investor. There's plenty of mentors that we still can soundboard with and talk to, and other founders as well too. So Capital Factory is great, and y'all should check it out.
As Ronnie said, look, I know I told y'all about the investing, but definitely meet these investors. All right, well, thank you guys so much for attending. My name is Jada Pickett, and thank you guys again. And we have happy hour already set up. All right. Yeah, it's Pickett.
Well, not Smith, right?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and one more little housekeeping thing, y'all. We're going to get our staff in here, and we're going to start picking up these black chairs. So all we need is a little scoochy scooch while we get the bar set, the room cleared out. And then also I wanted to mention that over here in the back corner, we have a chair. It's called Shift Wave. It is a vibrating, really, really cool experience. If you guys want to try that out, let me know and I can get you set up. But we're just going to clear all these chairs out of the room for right now. Feel free to hang out. We're just going to clear some chairs. The bar will be set in about 5 to 10 minutes.